Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Now, I've talked about my memories of the secret space program, training in deep underground military bases as a child, and so forth, and then going to the moon, and then going to planet Venus and Mars. Not so much because that's where the Nazis are. I was involved in that program, but and different areas of our galaxy. So it is something that many of us have talked about for a long time. It's all been talked about wacko conspiracy theories. Now we have someone that has just verified that there are hybrids down in Antarctica, of all places, because we know the Nazis went down there and developed a lot of things. They had some serious, advanced technologies. They won World War II. They did not lose World War II. They just moved somewhere else, and they made us believe they lost World War II. But they were already infiltrating well before World War II throughout the world. And then once they saw that it was untenable for them to stay in Germany because everybody's bombing the hell out of Germany, got into submarines and went around the world. And one of those places was Antarctica, and of course down in South America. So we have lots of South America places that they talk about the Nazis coming there. Here in America, we had Operation Paperclip. The Nazis came here. That's Werner von Braun. So NASA. Lots of them went to CIA. Lots of them went to a lot of different programs, guys. So probably every three-letter agency. So this is not something new, but on that level, I've had Brad Olson on talking about the secrets of Antarctica. Now, in his Secrets of Antarctica, so I've been talking to Brad for a couple of years, and he's been talking about how down in Argentina they have Bavarian villages, and he would show that, and you can go look for yourself, do your own critical thinking if you don't believe. But we've also talked about how George H.W. Bush Sr., was basically Schurf, a German name, and his father, Prescott Bush, was a Schurf that served in the German Nazi army, or not army, but Navy. So we're seeing more and more of this being revealed. So both of them, both Bushes, Prescott and also George H.W., both born in Germany. So how was it that George H.W. Bush was a president and he was head of the CIA before that? So makes you wonder, right? So we know that George H.W. Bush was part of recruiting assassins for the CIA. These assassins traveled all over the world. Not only did they take down our government all around the world, Cuba and Chile, and you name it, pretty much around South Africa. So governments all around the world, these assassin teams would go in and eliminate the opposition. So James Files talked about that on my show. We started off me, Jim Manning, Jim Scott, and then we had Jim Files coming on. So the three Jims, we stopped saying I stopped saying Jim and started calling them by their last names. So that was funny because everybody's getting confused. So my God, there was a bombshell, absolute bombshell that was dropped. Now, James Files started to talk about Area 51. We brought up information about Area 51 and how Marilyn Monroe had been basically informed about alien technology, Area 51. And that was maybe one, but that was probably the main reason why RFK. So they protect this. Majestic 12. I've had the heat from this organization with the CIA too, just by verifying someone that talked about Area 51, how he was involved in it, and technologies that were at Area 51, all kinds of crazy stuff. So just by verifying someone that had gone through SEAL training and they tried to destroy his life, I basically got my life destroyed. So this technology is there, the alien involvement is there, and I'm going to play a clip of our conversation today, so that you can see that there are some very, very strange things. Now, James Files talked about this initially, and because he's getting, unfortunately, near the last days of his life, and he's still coming in and sharing, but because he's getting to the last days of his life, he's sharing everything. Right? It's like, wow. So we talked about this in a little bit of detail. So Jim Scott went a little bit further with it, I guess. Well, Jim Scott and I, we have conversations. He has conversations with my wife Tracy, who sets up all these shows. So we're super informed guys on many different levels, a lot of the stuff. But there's always the wow factor. And I have Leo Zagami come on. He's got a lot of deep insights. Many others. Ole Demogard. So he's got great deep insights that we talk behind the scenes sometimes, and it's like, wow. We've tried to have people on the show, a lot of us. Some of these people, unfortunately, get disappeared before they come on our show. Now, you'll see when you go listen to this show, it was heavily suppressed. They kept coming in trying to jam it, but stay with it. Listen in. You're going to have some amazing insights. So let's listen in.
I want to take like a minute to expound on one thing that Jimmy said. I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that he would expose that one thing. But our friend Daniel Facina texted me, and he said, see if you can get Jimmy to comment about the Antarctic Commission. Okay, so just for your audience, he was in Central America doing operations in the area where Hasselfuss was shut down. They were flying into Nicaragua. They were running cocaine, okay? He gets this mission, his mercenary group, which was he worked for United Fruit Company under the name Colonel John Felter, okay? That was one of his aliases. He had 32 different State Department passports with different names on them at the time, but on paper.
So James Files is basically like what I did in SEAL Team 6 and what I did in the CIA times 10, right? He was very, very far up there and had incredible training, incredible background. I think that's one of the reasons why he's still alive. He was one of those guys, they told him to do something crazy, something far-fetched, like you're going to hear about, and he went and did it without hesitation. So I think that's one of the reasons why he's still alive, and almost every one of his, but they allowed him to leave. So they just like threw him in prison and stayed away from him. So that's probably another one of the reasons why he's still alive.
His paycheck was to Colonel John Felter, and it went to the CIA's bank in Miami, then was transferred to his bank in Chicago where his family lived on his money. Okay. So he gets tasked to go to the South Pole. He goes down there, and they say, hey, we've got these hybrids. They're and he said he wasn't sure if they were hybrids or aliens, but they were in some kind of.
Okay, hybrids. Let's go there. All right. So let me explain what a human alien hybrid is. Hybrids, new form of technological advancement that were humanoid robots infused with human consciousness. It could be aliens that are hybridized with humans. I have memories of that in the Secret Space Program. We've seen movies on this. It's over the top. We've had people talk about this for years, guys, and now you're going to hear it firsthand. Well, just not firsthand, but it was firsthand. If you go back and listen to this video, like I talked about, it's pretty long videos, like 2.5 hours, but the information packed, incredibly informative. We didn't mess around. We got right down to the point of everything, and this video is probably going to blow up. All right, so we went down that rabbit hole, guys, and I tell you, when James started talking about all this stuff, I was like, wow. I was wow. Right? I was wow. So you're going to love it. So afterwards, Jim just clarified a few things and let everybody know what was going on. So these hybrid programs, a lot of people have been talking about them, are going on down in these deep underground bases and in Antarctica. And one of them got out of control. And so they called in James Files' team to like eliminate them.
Detention facility. And they had gotten out of their area and they couldn't control them. And they couldn't get them back into whatever they were, like control rooms or a certain floor of the facility. But it was multiple floors underground. And they flew them out there. They give them their weapons. They said, this is what they look like. They had blue skin, and their skin looked like the hide of an elephant or rhinoceros. It was kind of like cracked. It was like a leathery, sort of, not like our epidermis, but like a leathery hide that they really had an animal look to them. And they couldn't control them. They were in the facility, run loose. And his team went down there. They went down a few floors on elevators. And they went back up, had to sign non-disclosure agreements, and were told, okay, get back on the plane. And they were flown right back to Central America. It didn't last that long, just a couple days. In my wildest dreams, I didn't think he would disclose that, because he told me he didn't want it, and he's been on a UFO recovery thing too. And he doesn't want to talk about it because he feels like the average person that listens to this would go, oh, this is bullshit. There's no such thing as aliens, that kind of thing. And he said, you lose your audience and people think you're crazy. So he never wanted to talk about that. And I said, do you mind if I tell the story after you die?
So what do you guys think? Is it crazy? Are you glad you just heard about it? So there's a lot of people that, have to, keep this information under wraps. Just like you heard Jim Scott talk about, they came to the surface and signed non-disclosure agreements. So at some point, this stuff can be disclosed, and Jimmy Files is doing it. So he's got a great book. They have 3 books out, and within his books is a lot of information that he gives out. But when we do these shows, he reveals a little bit more, right? He reveals a little bit more. And so I guess with Jim Manning, they did like 5 hours together, and he disclosed all kind of stuff. But that won't be revealed until Jimmy Files passes away, right? So I'd like to see the guy stay around, because I've been doing shows with him for a couple of years now, and every time he comes on, it's like, wow. So just like today, how much more does he got? Well, think about it. He was involved as a CIA assassin for decades upon decades upon decades, and he's one of the survivors of that group. Like I said, he even said that most guys don't survive past 34 or something like that. And that's very interesting, because that's what a lot of people that have come on my show that have been in some of these programs, they have said that, like the women that are involved in, human trafficking, right? Honeypot stuff. They say that usually they get to around 30, can, entice people so that they can get information from them. So it's very, very, very interesting, all of this, how it all ties together. Unbelievable stuff. So let me show you also what Brad Olson has in his book. So this is his upcoming book that will be released in January. So Secrets of Antarctica, the Untold History of the Ice Continent. So he talks about excuse me. He talks about the ice continent, lost lands, Patagonia giants, maps of the ancient Sea King. So there's science behind this. There's documented evidence. Nazis in Antarctica. Admiral Richard Byrd that went down there with a couple fleets, and both of them, and they ran away because the Nazis had super high-tech flying saucers with directed energy weapons that could burn through aircraft and ships. So they got out of there. They were way over their heads with the technology. Where they get the technology? They got it from aliens, right? Hollow Earth at the South Pole, Antarctica, ETs, extraterrestrials, black goo conclusion. So, excuse me, very, very interesting stuff. And I've been talking all day. So, very interesting stuff. So I think that we're going to see more of this come out. I think by next year, easily next year, there will be aliens on TV. All right. So everybody will see. They will be talked about. It will no longer be hidden. Why? Because they have information on extraterrestrials and a lot more. So that's one of the things I want to share real quick on that. It's amazing all the information that's coming out, the technologies. I mean, where else are we going to go? What's the next thing that's going to happen? It's going to be quite fascinating. All right. So I'll keep you guys up to date. Like I said, I was like back-to-back shows today, so couldn't put together too much information for the afternoon. But that right there is like super, super amazing information. So hope you guys love it. I'll see you guys next time. Lots of love. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, and we have Cindy Lou Young back again. She's a hero. She's a hero to me, and should be a hero to you by now. Unbowed, saved by a cowboy, a rabbi, and a carpenter. When the storm rose, she stood. So great. I've already started reading your book, Cindy. You gave me a little download on it, so I've read it. It's exceptionally well written. The information in it is wow, over the top. And we were just talking about some stuff maybe we can jump into, but thanks so much for coming back on.
Thank you for having me, Mike. You've been an amazing friend through all of this, and I can't thank you enough for your support. And you got your colors on today.
Got the colors on, yep.
So, I think God connects us all. And
yeah,
definitely he wove a thread with me and you, and I am really grateful for that thread.
I am too. It's been you're very inspirational. It was great to go to your trial and see firsthand the injustice that was happening with all the J6ers. And then right up to the day you were supposed to go to jail and you get off. So obviously God is looking out for you. So it's amazing.
Yes, I believe that for sure.
Tell us a little bit about your book and how people can get it and everything, and then we'll kind of jump into that some other stuff.
So the book was launched yesterday on Amazon, and it's in 3 formats. There's Kindle, paperback, and hardcover. I'm waiting for my proof copy, so hopefully it's all right because they already put it out there live, but I can edit it, I think, if I have to. So anyway, it's out there, and this book takes readers from my last memoir, Out of the Fog, which was about my childhood and surviving a plane crash when I was 18 months old. And it brought me through right up until the point I had, and then so Unbowed picks up and obviously goes into the J6 battle. I mean, survival is kind of like my thing, I guess.
I guess so. You've been obviously someone's looking out for you, so I don't knock it. Just go with the flow, and you have very, very well done that. You've had some people that have come into your life that have really helped you out.
Yes, yeah. You, Kevin Hoyt, Kevin I. Multitudes, the people that support me that don't even know me. And I'm so grateful, and this battle that I'm in is ongoing. I mean, so I've just launched the book and Brad Wozny's been helping me out. And he's like, you got to do this. You got to make this. I have no money left. It's like I am putting everything I have on the line to hold these people accountable for the injustice that they did to 1,600 people. This can't happen in America ever again, ever again.
Yeah, we have to really, and that's what we've been doing. That's
Yep.
what I've appreciated about you coming on the show. I appreciate everyone that helped support you.
Yes.
You had a GoFundMe, and people really, stepped out and helped you on several occasions. And now it looks like you're going to do really, really well going forward. And so all that support, because a lot of people, I think, and myself included, sometimes I look at, we're supporting these people, and just it seems like we're just throwing money down the garbage. But in your case, not so much. It worked out really, really good.
I've used every penny toward continuing the fight. I mean, for me, one of the first things that I put forward was just an appeal on everything, the mishandling of my case. I mean, I had jurors that didn't belong there, jurors that were clearly biased. I had biased judges. I had it all. And a repeat J6 juror. And all of it just, was just made for TV theater in that courtroom. They controlled it and they made it happen the way they wanted to. So the book tells you all about that. It goes through a whole 5 days of my trial in detail, and what we went through, what the feelings were about it. And early readers have, read it, and it's moved them. They've been eye-opening at how corrupt our system is, and moved them to tears in places.
I'm glad you said that, so I don't look like a wimp. But I was reading it. I was like, I'm getting teary just thinking about it. But yeah, like I said, unbelievably well written, and I'm just getting started with it. So I look forward to reading more, because I was part of it. See,
yes, you were a big part
how
of it.
everything interweaves in, and the travesty of justice that I saw in my own eyes in our nation's capital. And me being a military veteran that has fought for our freedoms, and then to see them stomped on, I was very disappointed.
Jonathan has a piece in the book in the very end, Reflections of a Rabbi, which is very good. It tells his perspective. And I was talking to him the other day, and he was walking, he's working in DC now, and he was walking by the Capitol, and he said, Cindy, I can never look at that Capitol again after looking at all the videos I have and seeing what they did and how they did. I can never look at it the same again.
Yeah, and the same with him. He's an unbelievable lawyer. I would like to have, if I ever get in trouble, I want him.
Yeah.
But with the government, because I've never done anything wrong. So I did get a speeding ticket once, and I went in and I got it thrown off because I was in my military uniform. I was like, I can't go to court, or I went to court, and I was like, this, and the judge was like, I'm going to let it go. I was like, wow, that's cool. So I've been in the court system, firsthand, and I thought that was great. It was good justice that was served on me. But like we're talking about, not for you. So Jonathan, God, I mean, he was just perfect, and they kept shutting him down. They shut him down over and over again. I was like,
and he's
wow.
brilliant. I mean, he is a brilliant attorney. And not only was he my attorney, but he was my friend. He was, he's a rabbi. He counseled me. He kept me lifted up in vibration when I was getting very low. I mean, when you go through something like this,
sure,
I think until people read the book, they don't comprehend the depth of what it is that you go through.
Yeah. And, that's, unfortunately, that's something I went through when I was in, the CIA.
Yeah.
Where they, just destroyed my life and so forth. So I understand your position. They definitely destroyed your life. Now, what you've learned from this, you're
Oh.
actually, you were telling me before that we started that you're actually helping others right now.
Yes, I'm involved in right now tracking, writing pro se documentation and filings for 6 active complaints. So I have my appeal case, complaints against my judge and the juror that was corrupt in my case. I have complaints against the FBI and DOJ for not responding to FOIA requests. Let me tell you a little bit about this. So I filed on the appeal, and when I filed on the appeal, Harvey sent everything from my criminal case. He told the clerk to notify that juror, the one we all love and like, right? Notify him of everything that I'm doing so he's aware.
Wow.
Within 5 days of that, Dave Summerall, who testified at my case, you heard him testify that day.
Oh my God, what a credible man. Yeah.
He gets a knock at the door, and it's the FBI.
Wow.
And they're saying, "We heard you're threatening a juror." And Dave was like, "Whoa, what is this, 1984? Do you have proof? Do you have do you have a warrant? What are you here for?" "Oh, we're here just to check a box," they say. Now, this is your FBI under Trump right now. So that needs to clearly tell you that there's still snakes in the grass everywhere.
Good point. Yep.
So I've got
Still
that
need to do some
case.
cleaning. Yep.
Yeah. And then I've also intervened on a motion where one of the Capitol Police wants to put a plaque to honor himself in the Capitol. I intervened on that and, said that if you're going to put a plaque up there, they should be on that plaque as well. So I'm fighting that one. Then we have with Jake Lang on a lawsuit in New York against Mandami because he says that he wants to tax rich white people to pay for all his programs, which is clearly not on the up and up. So we're fighting him with federal watchdog.
Yeah, I saw a post that Jake put out where he's like, Muslims is like I don't want to say it's a negative Muslim thing, but or maybe it's Islamist. Yeah, well, yeah, I got to say, after having been in the Middle East, I can vouch that there are some problems there, but he's really proactive in a lot of different areas right now. Good for him.
Yes, he is, and he's really getting. He got in that little thing in Dearborn. I mean, there was hundreds of thousands of people viewing what was going on, myself included. Not one news station carried anything about it. That tells you something right there, too. So Jake is fighting hard against.
And Jake is fighting hard because sorry to keep interrupting, but I was donating to Jake, helps all the people out there. And I was like, oh, it's, you guys are all free now. So I okay, in the automatic payment. And he's like, oh, please, we still have a lot of work to do. And I was like, oh, wow. So he explained it to me. I was like, yeah, keep taking it. So, he's you guys are working hard to continue, like you just talked about, the travesties that are still going on.
Yep. I mean, we still have people incarcerated that are. Tina Peters is one. We count her as one of us.
Really? That's awesome.
Yep.
Oh,
and so there's many of us working through these things to bring justice forward. And Jake is leading the way on that, as well as myself. I have another suit with Dave Summerall, where we're going against HBO and Warner Brothers and the BBC because their documentary that they produced with the J6 Select Committee left out manipulated timelines, left out factual information that David has. So we're going after them for defamation of 1,600 individuals. So there's that one. And then today, I just filed another case against the FBI, and you'll read it in the book when they took my DNA unlawfully, and that's a Bivens claim. So I've just filed a $5 million lawsuit for that.
Ooh, yeah, there you go. So we were talking about that before. Tina Peters, I saw when she was arrested, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm glad I wasn't there, because I would have gone Terminator
Yeah.
mode on those people. But anyway, they were arresting her, and they had a warrant for her iPad,
Mhm.
and the agent that was there doing the arrest, he opened her purse and started taking information out and looking at it from her purse.
It doesn't surprise me at all. These people just have no
Mm.
ethics about what they do. I mean, here I was sitting in with the US Marshals in pink shackles, and in comes the FBI agent and acts like it's part of the process to do a DNA swab. No warrant that said collect a DNA swab from me. No paperwork that said I could decline. I hadn't even been arraigned yet, and he's taken my DNA. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Man, that will make everything. I mean, there's not enough money in the world
No.
to like do so, correct the wrongs that were done to me, and as well to you. What I would like to see is like this just doesn't happen to anyone else again.
That's my
Uh,
goal, Mike. It's
yeah.
like justice, hold the people accountable that for
Mhm.
this travesty that really should be held accountable, and let's have some true justice, because I think at the end of the day, I look at the people that support me, that I connect with and talk to, you, everybody. That's what America wants, really.
Yes.
We're tired of all of this.
Yeah. And I know that, because you have been consistently, from the donations, just turning that around and helping. That's where your heart is. So I would like for them to feel that pain of $5 million. Of course, they won't feel the pain. It'll come from American taxpayers. You're going to
Right?
turn around and take that, and maybe they won't be able to use it to buy as many corrupt FBI agents. So that I
Yeah.
look at it maybe that way as well. But
And
you
you
would take that money and just help other people. I know that's just the way your heart is, just unbelievable. Hope you
Yes,
get it.
there's a big list of people that need to be paid back. So, but if you look at what we've thrown money at as a country,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, so to make J6ers whole again, whose lives have been destroyed, I don't see where anybody could balk at that. I really don't.
Yeah.
Other than the libs, but
So the press came after you too, didn't they?
oh yeah. So I when I got out, when I was arraigned, immediately it was all over the newspapers where I come from, which is Cape Cod, Nantucket.
Mhm.
So when I launched my book, it's timed right in accordance with Joe Biden's annual visit to Nantucket, where they all don't talk to me anymore because they're very liberal, very left. So I sent a press release welcoming Biden to the island and talking about some reading material that he may or may not want to look into.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So yeah, they as we've seen, the media was just an arm of this deep state government, which
Mhm.
heavily infiltrated, and now we're in the process of crushing that and breaking that up.
Yeah.
And that's what your work is all about as well. So I think it's fantastic. And I'm reading the forward to your book, and I want to share the page real quick and read some of this, because it's I mean, you read this, you're like, oh my God, this one's been through so much. So you never plan to write a book, and never plan to become part of history in the way you did, but life doesn't ask for permission before it breaks you, right? And the story begins long before January 6th. You talk about at 18 months old, you kind of got a hand there. At 18 months old, I survived a plane crash. In 2008, I survived something slower but more deadly. All right. So that is the crushing. This is not working with me. It's like it's not. It's all right. There we go. I think that's better. So of the weight of being hunted by my own country. For 4 years, I lived under a shadow, watched, labeled, accused, and nearly destroyed. The FBI came to my door. Now, the FBI initially, they're like, oh, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So how long did you go before so initially they came after you? Yeah.
They came right after January 6th. They came January
Wow.
13th to my door.
Mm.
They looked at everything. They evaluated what they had on video. And unbeknownst to me, they decided in April after that to close the case. We didn't
Wow.
find that out until we went to court, Mike, and built my defense with Jonathan.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But so they opened the case, they looked at everything, they didn't have enough, they closed it. And when they closed it, they were requested by the child trafficking division whether they wanted to open a case on me. Why would the child trafficking division even be involved? That's a good question. But
that is crazy. Wow.
yeah,
Because we
yeah.
know there's a lot of problems in that area as well. Wow.
So they closed the case. So then we go on, and I had even called Garland during that time frame because I was going to Arizona, and I knew that other J6ers had the Quad S designation for domestic terrorists, and they were being pulled out of the line at airports for extra security. So I said, am I going to have any problems flying? He's like, no, you're on the back burner. Just go. Doesn't say your case is closed. Just says I'm on the back burner. So off I go, feeling like I'm still under the gun. And in the meantime, I'm seeing them surveil me. You know, I talked about it on many podcasts, what they were doing. And it's in the book as far as what they were doing.
Wow.
Yeah. So then I go to a school board meeting. And this is in the fall of 2022. And I spoke at the school board meeting, got captured on video. And that was right at the time that Garland wrote his letter about parents at school board meetings being domestic terrorists.
Oh, wow. So they like, you got the double whammy. They're like, oh, she's J6 and she's like speaking out in you know, those school board meetings. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So that was, you know, that was like around November time frame. And in December, it was early January, 2 FBI agents, an FBI and a field state trooper showed up at my business. And that was when they reopened
at your business.
case.
So they want to completely humiliate you and cause problems. Wow.
Yep.
Gosh.
And when they came, they showed me pictures and they wanted to look at my jacket that I wore. And unbeknownst to me, and this is where people really need to be aware of things. And I wasn't. I've never been in trouble like you.
Sure.
Like traffic tickets, that's about it. But they needed me to self-identify. And had I not said self-identified and wrote my name that, yeah, this is me, they wouldn't have had me. They wouldn't have had me. I should have just said, get out. You have no business here. Do you have a warrant with you? No, I'm not talking to you anymore. But no, Cindy talked to him that day, you know, to my demise. But
that's good for everybody to realize that.
Yeah.
If they don't come with a warrant, guys, it's like, go
don't
get
even
it.
talk to them. Don't.
Yeah, not
talk
at
to 'em.
all.
Mhm.
So there's been lots of, you know, I guess we could even go to Michael Flynn, you know, General Michael Flynn.
Yeah.
The FBI came and talked to him and then used that to, like, you know, take him down. So he should have known better.
Yep.
I know better because I've been involved in all that, but most people don't.
No.
It's crazy.
And when they come, they come like they're your friend, you know, they're like, oh, you're good. You're not a threat, you know, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, they're writing you up. They're suggesting phrases to you that they're going to use against you.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. So you thought this, right? And then it appears in their report. But one of the things that Giftos, and I call him the gift that keeps on giving in my book, because that's what Jonathan calls him. And that's what I call him. He wrote a report on me that he wasn't going to talk about on the stand that said I was peaceful, that he had looked at all the videos and he had seen me asking for directions, how to get out of the building.
Yeah. Yep.
And I was behaving peacefully. So,
and you're carrying an American flag. I was like, you're the perfect person for America.
Yep.
You're like, look, we need to look at the election. It's a fraud.
Yeah.
It's like peaceful demonstration. And
Mhm.
we came to the Capitol. You and everybody was invited into the Capitol or pushed into the Capitol. Like for when you
Mhm.
talked about it, you were just up there, and there was a surge, and you
Yep.
ended up in the Capitol. So you're like, well, I'm here. We'll just walk around and be patriotic. And boy, that
Yeah.
backfire on you.
Yeah. And where was I going with that? Yeah, basically, they use everything. When they say anything you say and do can and will be held against you, believe it. They
Now that's a good point, because they'll twist that like they did for you. I was like, that is not even what happened, but they twist it and
uh-huh.
make it a different reality and said, see, and
Yep.
for that she's got to be convicted. She's got to go to jail. I was like, what?
All they really had on me was my words. My words from social media, by the way.
Wow.
They went through my Facebook, they went through my Twitter, they went through everything, and they pulled out statements that I made. And of course, after I'm riding the bus home on January 6th, being bombarded with texts from people telling me that I'm a domestic terrorist, insurrectionist, I'm out of my mind, I'm responding back like, you don't know what's going on. You're listening to the media,
Right.
and I said some things. I said Pence was a pedo. I believe that today. But so they used it against me. They used my words, and they inflamed the jury with my words. That was the intention, and it worked.
Wow. Yep. And they just twisted them around. And so now when I was doing, because I'm a social media guy, and I was a social media guy, that's why I went there. And fortunately, I didn't go inside, but
Mhm.
you did, but I don't see anything. I looked at all the videos. You were even asking one of the Capitol Security, Capitol Police, how do I get out of here? And she gave you some directions you didn't feel comfortable with, and you're like, I don't think that's right, and it wasn't right what she was trying to get you to do.
And they twisted that too. The prosecution said, because that was at the time when I was exiting the building, I was just following the crowd, trying to find my way out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up in the area where Ashley Babbitt was shot. That was the speaker's lobby. Now, the speaker's lobby is a small hallway to where the glass doors were where the shooting took place. I was way at the back of that group. And that was when I went up to an officer and I said, I want to get out of here. How do I get out? He points me one way, then he turns me around and points me down these stairs. So I left, I'm going to say minutes, seconds before Ashley got shot.
Wow.
There was stuff going down. There was activity in that area that I said to myself, I'm out. So I go down these stairs. I meet another Capitol Police officer. She's a supervisor because she's all in white. And I said to her, I want to get out of this building. Can you just show me where the exit is? And she points me down the Hall of Columns, which is completely empty. There's nobody but me, her, and an empty hallway. And it's a crossway. So there's one hallway that comes across and then it extends further. And as I look at the door where it extends further, military is coming in with long guns and they're coming in military style. So I say to her, I'm not comfortable moving because they're going to shoot me. I went right against the wall. I was scared. And she said, oh, just walk with your hands out. You'll be fine. And I'm like, no. No.
Just get out there with your hands out and they'll shoot you. Yeah. It's like, God,
So I told her to get a guard between me and them. And one came out. There's a video of it. And he points me out of the building. So I'm walking by. I walked by 4 or 5 guards. None of them approached me. None of them said anything. They weren't threatened. I went out of the building. So that whole thing was just.
And I remember they showed you just going out the building. It's like, see, she's leaving. She's leaving.
What they did was they said, oh, look at the magtrometer. It went red. Well, when you walk through the wrong way, it goes red. I didn't have a gun. They were trying to insinuate I did. you know?
Sure. Yeah. So there you go. They
Yep.
try and like just create lies with everything. It was just
Mhm.
constant. And then when you and Jonathan would bring up stuff that was like relevant to like, and it should be like thrown out because he had great stuff. I remember we were all
Yeah.
talking together. We'd like brainstorm. It's like, I'm gonna do this. And we're like, oh my God, this is gonna like end this thing. And then
Yep.
he would talk and they were like, they would like do this
Remember that
in the whole
day?
courtroom and
It
they're
was
like talk and you guys get on the phone. And it was like, wow.
every time he got momentum, they shut him down. They were like, objection, objection. And it slowed his momentum, but it didn't stop him.
No,
He got both FBIs, he impeached their evidence, both of them. They looked like dummies. And
totally.
then I mean, him and Dave Summerall played it like a drum. He got Dave Summerall on the stand, and of course Becky, the prosecutor, is like, "You believe that everybody belongs in jail?" And Dave's like, "Yeah, if they did wrong, yeah, they belong in jail." Got her going a little bit. So she plays this video, which is the basis of what they said happened, and they held it against Trump. That was the insurrection, they call it, where the line fell. And they said that the line fell at the Western Tunnel because of the crowd surge. Not true. And she goes and she plays the whole video of it. And Jonathan's whispering in my ear while she's doing it, "Oh, please keep playing it." Because the way it works is if the prosecution doesn't open up material for discussion, if they don't bring it forward, you can't talk about it. So it's not on the table to question or talk about. So she plays this whole video, and Jonathan had submitted our video the night before, which she obviously didn't look at. And she objects when we go to play our video, and she goes, "I don't know where Mr. Gross is going with this." And Harvey, the judge, says, "Oh, I know where he's going with it," because he looked at that video and he knew. And that video showed the jury, showed everyone in that courtroom, the reason that line fell was because the Capitol Police gassed themselves. They gassed themselves and they retreated back into the Capitol, and the crowd surged.
Well, that and the crowd surged after they were provoking the crowd,
Oh,
shooting
shooting
gas
them in
into
the
the
head.
crowd,
Yeah.
rubber bullets in the crowd. You see people that are just like disfigured from being shot in the face.
Mhm.
Like what?
Yeah,
So
we've
and
shown
they're provoking, definitely
we've
trying to.
shown on my show on Unseen Storm, there was a show where we showed 7 headshots where they just fired right at someone's head with the rubber bullets. That is not allowed, not the head. They were
Right.
aiming right at the head.
Wow. And so your YouTube is what? Unseen?
On Rumble, Unseen Storm. It's under J6 from the Heart, and it's a series that I do every Friday. It's a live show, Unseen Storm, J6 Revealed. Tomorrow I have Jake Lang talking about his Dearborn, Michigan activities.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So we'll have to put that in the description box so people can access that. That's good.
Yep.
So yeah, that's amazing. And we've seen a lot of these photos, or you and I and people that are really involved with this. It's available to everybody. You go to your Rumble channel and you see it. You've got some shows on there. But even in your court case, we had the one guy that came in that was revealing all this stuff, and I was like, "Holy smokes!" And I guess he does that to all these different groups, and they like attack him while
Yeah.
he's there.
Yeah.
And what's that guy's name again?
David Summerall.
David Summerall.
Yeah.
So David Summerall just was crushing it, and he was, and they were like, "You're like
A
they're
grifter.
trashing
He loves
him,
to call you a grifter.
and he's like, yeah, whatever." And but you guys, and you believe that we should all go to jail, and he's like, "Yeah, if you're guilty, I think you should."
And do
I
you
was like,
remember
wow.
what they did after that? I don't know if you noticed or picked it up, because a lot of stuff goes on that you might not
Sure.
understand. But the minute he got down from the stand and said all that, the clerk came out. We had information on all the jurors, who they were and where they worked and blah, blah, blah. Collected it all because they were afraid. They were all afraid of us.
I was so disappointed. I was looking at the jury, and I was like, those are just normal people. And there was a priest there, Catholic
No.
priest, and I was like, these people, there's no way they're going to convict her. And they
Right.
went and they all like, yeah, guilty. What is going on?
I think there's a frequency.
I
That's
think
what I
so.
think.
It's very disconcerting.
Yeah.
That there's actual people that seem like they're normal that are very unnormal.
But you got to remember too, who was the foreman that led them to the decision was the attorney that was a DNC operative that never disclosed his biased opinion. And he, being the smart man that he was, he led them to their decision. So, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Unbelievable. So, any other things you want to like bring up?
No, I probably told you all about my book. Now you don't have to read it, but no, you do.
No. Yeah, I'm like I said, I started looking at it. It's like there's a lot of information in there, a lot of material,
Yeah,
a lot of detail that I'm sure, just like we're talking about right now. It's like I missed that, and I was there, but people that weren't there, it's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
So close that you were there, but just before Athlete Babbitt was shot. Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah. And one of the things, just one other thing that I missed, and this is me, I'm in my courtroom, I'm at my own trial. And one of the things that came up right from the get-go was this motion by the prosecution. It's a 615 rule. It allowed them to keep every FBI agent in the room during testimony. So they all were sitting there listening to all the testimony. I even had one sitting at the prosecution table, helping to determine who was on the jury, listening to all the sidebar conversations. How is that fair?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because that reminded me, they were surrounding us. They're in civilian clothes, but I know how they look. And there was a woman that sat behind us, and so they were listening to us.
Yes.
The people that were just there to watch. And they would walk by, and they would try and talk to us and get friendly with us, and we're like, get out of here. But and then we're like, okay, there's that one person, stop talking. I was like, wow, unbelievable.
It is. You
And
can't.
even when we're coming in and checking in, those people that are in the front at first, they're all friendly. It was like the nicest people. And then after you did the horsey ride and we came back, they were like so rude to us. I thought they were going to like arrest us and throw us out or something. I'm like, what?
They used all that in my sentencing too. When my sentencing came up, they put the pictures of the horse. They talked about my association with the Proud Boys, and oh, don't look at the T-shirt that this person's wearing, Your Honor, which is a Proud Boy T-shirt. That's what they do. They just inflame, they twist, they manipulate everything.
Manipulate.
Yeah.
This is like I said, a travesty of justice. They all need to be exposed. And if they're guilty, like David Summerall said, they should go to jail.
Absolutely. We need to really clear off the whole bench in DC. That's how I feel.
I agree.
They're all corrupted. They're all controlled, and we need to get rid of them. The other interesting thing is my case with David Summerall, of all people, the one that's against the HBO and Warner Brothers and BBC. Guess who we got for a judge? Tanya Chutkan, the one that I started with. Isn't that interesting?
Huh.
It's supposed to be like a random selection. Not so much.
Wow.
Not so much.
Yep. They need to be cleaned out.
Yep.
We can't win against, I've been saying this, everybody's so frustrated because things aren't happening, but like we're pointing out, there is an amazingly corrupt judicial system.
Yes.
And still FBI that are still corrupt to it. Just because Trump got in office and you have a couple people that are, at the top now, that it's not, hopefully they're not corrupt, but they don't seem to be.
Right.
But you don't know. And, or maybe they're corruptible or have been corrupted by who knows what. And so I hope that Pam Bondi is like involved, But
I don't know, Mike. I don't know.
yeah, I know there's a lot of us who are like, I don't know. I don't know about Pam Bonnie. What's going on here? So, we'll have to continually watch this and
Mhm.
look for this. I've said this for all along. It's got to be military justice. So,
Absolutely. I agree with you
oh, you
100.
agree? Oh, thank you. So I'm glad we continue this conversation. This is good. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
good.
That's the only answer
I
because you've
agree.
got, even though it seems like, people might look at what I'm doing right now with all the court cases, it's kind of like when we're voting, like you think, it doesn't matter what I vote. I might as well not vote. Well, no, that's not the answer either. We have to continue to hold them accountable, continue to do the paper trails, hold their feet to the fire, even if it's not for anything that we're going to win. But if we give up, where's that going to get us?
Yeah.
So, but
Yep.
military is the only way. Clean them out.
On so many different levels. So many
Yep.
different levels. I mean,
Yep.
politically, because this is what this was all about.
Mhm.
The election.
Yeah.
The military is the only way to clean election too.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
of it. It's time.
all of it.
We all feel it now that it is not working. These
Hmm.
people, I mean, how many people do we have in Congress that are making millions off of doing nothing but meh, 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 meh? It's not
All
working
of them.
anymore. Not
All of them.
working.
None of them do anything for us. They're supposed to be for the people, but
No.
not so
Mm-mm.
much. That's why it's got to be military. And then, I don't know. Then if they're guilty, so they should go
What
to jail.
happens?
So yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
absolutely. And that's something. I guess Q said that as well. Military is the only way. So
Absolutely. And
yeah.
I've listened, I've looked at Q, and I don't know if I'm fully on board with it, but you know what? I'm on board that this country is at a crossroad. I said that on January 6th when I went to Washington. It's time we figure out a different way for our family, for our children, for everybody. This isn't the way America was supposed to be.
Absolutely. And Cindy, you're doing more than your part and have done more than your part and have, paid the price for going out and, trying to help people, correct our government, our incredibly corrupt government on many levels. Wow. Such a great story. Such a great book. I look forward to reading it. I hope everybody reads it. Is there any other way other than tell us your Rumble channel one more time?
Oh, it's J6 from the Heart on Rumble. And then
Okay.
look for Unseen
There you go.
Storm Revealed.
So that's that. You're in that?
Yeah.
When does that come out? Is that already out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's every Friday at 3 p.m. live.
Oh, that's your show. Okay. I thought that was like some kind of documentary. Sweet.
No.
Maybe
But I'll probably be in one sooner or later.
I hope so. Yeah, you deserve to be. Jeez, the way you've been going at this. How long do you think before all the J6ers get retribution and get justice?
Here's the concerning thing for many. There's a timeline of statute of limitations. So those that were arrested right after January 6th, within that first month, their statute of limitations is coming up.
Oh,
And
wow.
I think that our government is slow walking everything,
Sure.
blocking, slow walking, but who knows? I don't know, I pray every day that the right thing happens, but I have no control. So,
All right. Well, J6 grandmother Cindy Young, thank you so much for your service to our country. It's been amazing, and I look forward
thank
to
you for
more in the
yours.
future. Because if you do win, then there's going to be a big celebration, I'm sure.
We're going to have one party. I'm coming to visit.
I think that you maybe multiple settlements. You look at the the also the news and all that kind of stuff. There should be something that's done about that as well.
Yeah. Yep. We just got to keep plugging.
Right.
You know, Jonathan just gets so disheartened and knows what a fight he put. I was talking to him. He managed at one point 20 cases at
Wow.
a time, and people don't understand the depth of what that takes. I mean, these videos that they had to chug through and look through, and I don't know how he did it. He doesn't know how he did it. He said the whole 4 years is a blur. And he gets disheartened that thinking that he didn't achieve anything, but he's achieving every day. He really is. So,
I agree.
you know,
Yeah, he's an inspiration, no doubt about it. And but that's disheartening as well because there weren't any lawyers that were willing to stand up against that machine.
exactly. They were
Yeah.
willing to take a lot of money from J6ers,
Oh
but
yeah. And then
yeah,
they're like, just do a plea bargain. Plea
yep,
bargain. Plea
yeah,
bargain.
yeah,
And
yeah.
they didn't do anything.
Oh,
And they tried to do that to you too, I remember, right?
yeah, 2 times. I got to leave you with one statistic that blew me away.
Oh, good.
So I looked at all of the people that got the 4 misdemeanor charges, which is what I got, not felonies, just strictly the 4 misdemeanors. Then I took the cross section out of that were women, and how many went to trial. How many do you think?
5.
4.
Almost got it right. Wow.
Yep. So
Jeez.
one of them was Rebecca Lawrence, who actually didn't go to a full jury trial. She did a bench trial, which is a little different. You go in front of a judge, not a jury.
Sure.
Then there was Pam Hempel, who's since denied her pardon and decided she's going to vote Democratic. She's denounced Trump, so I don't even count her. And the other 2 from New Hampshire, myself and Kirsten Niemela, were the only 2 women that took it to trial.
Wow. The fighters are in New Hampshire. Good job. All the way back to Revolution times. That's good. All right. So, yeah. Wow. We got a lot to learn, don't we? And I hope this book helps.
Me too. Me too.
All right, Cindy. Thanks so much. Lots of
thank
love
you.
to you and everybody that's like going to listen and watch this. Share it. Please share it. And, get the book. It helps on many different levels.
Yes. Love you, Mike. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Wow, that was great. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Let's see if I can find the right spot here. So I'm give you guys a nice view of the lake. All right. So Pam Bondi, is going to release the Epstein files within 30 days. All right. So I don't know if the Senate has voted yet on that, but regardless, she's going to release the files within 30 days. So there'll probably be, there's still going to be some, stuff taken out. So it's not revealing people's names and so forth. So I think we don't have to worry about that. What is it going to reveal? It's going to reveal what it's going to reveal. And until you get judges that will convict, which you're not going to get until you get military involvement, it means nothing. And I think that's one of the reasons why President Trump was so reluctant to, push it. Because it's like, we need to get this done first. All right. And I think we're going to find out. Right. Now, I think that the military will be involved at some point. We will not have free and fair elections. All of us know that, unless the military gets involved. Right. Cut and dry. We have a captured operation in almost every county of America, and there's cheating that goes on. There's been cheating that's been going on for so long that it's not going to stop until somebody comes in and puts a stop to it physically by force, right? And if anyone wants to F around, they're going to find out, right? So this has to happen. And that's why we saw yesterday, and I put the video out yesterday, and other people did as well. I think I saw Juan O'Savin talking about it. It is very interesting how you had all those people with military backgrounds and intelligence backgrounds that came out and were telling military that they should not obey unlawful orders. Duh. All right. We all know that. So what are you trying to instigate there? All right. It's very obvious. It's very obvious. They're trying to make people double think. And then, of course, they have people that are within the military. You look at all of the people, that pretty much, I won't say all of them. I work with really good officers over the years in the military. The best ones usually didn't rise to the top. Same thing with enlisted. The best ones don't rise to the top, guys, because you have this. They want to control everything, and so political agendas get involved. We've seen that with a lot of people, like Admiral McCraven, right? Still, he went full on with Obama. Obama appointed him, so he went full on to the Obama camp, and he attacked President Trump. All right, so we've had other people that were at SEAL Team 6 when I was in the CIA in very close to Islamabad, where Bin Laden was taken. Former SEAL Team 6 guy that was on a show just recently, and he was talking about how Obama wanted the raid to be delayed a day so that he could do he had like a press, dinner or something with all the press. So he wanted it delayed a day. So they delayed it a day. And because they delayed it a day, that's why one of the helicopters crashed, because of the difference in temperature and lift and all that kind of stuff. So, political bullshit, guys. And I saw it the whole time I was in the military. Rules of engagement. Once we went in, it was like, it's, kick ass. And if you feel threatened, and then eventually it was, okay, you need to not do this. You need not to shoot these guys. And you need to make sure if you shoot somebody, you shoot them like this. It was insane. Absolutely insane. Right. Now, when I was fortunately, when I was in the CIA, I was like a James Bond guy. You're going to find out. Right. So, fortunately, I was able to, move and groove and never get in a position where somebody needed to find out. So that's what we're seeing right now with our political situation. We have incredible rules of engagement that make absolute no sense. And so we have to come in with good leadership from the military, not compromised military, not judges, not military, not political types that have agendas. So this has to be cleaned up. There's a lot of cleaning up that has to be done, and it's not going to happen overnight. So Epstein files released. So and so was on the Epstein. We already know Clinton was on 26 trips to Epstein Island, but he didn't go on the Epstein jet. And did he go to the island? Just because he was on the jet and went to St. Thomas, where Epstein's jet landed, it didn't land on the island. There was no airport on the island. There was only boats that could get to the island or helicopters. So there's no manifest for either of those. So Bill Clinton flies on Lolita Express to St. Thomas, and that's where it ends. So it's going nowhere, guys. Everybody's like, oh, he was on the Lolita Express to, Epstein Island. No, he went to, whoever they were, went to St. Thomas. So maybe they could say, well, I just went to St. Thomas and, I just had some meals and so forth, and then I left. Maybe, and for a lot of people, maybe that's true. Maybe they just went to St. Thomas, or maybe they went to not Little St. James, but he had a larger island. I don't know if you call it big St. James or whatever, but he had a larger island as well. Now, Epstein, how did he make his money? We know that the CIA, Mossad, and MI6, they were funneling money to Epstein. What was Epstein doing with that money, right? Was he like buying the ranch in New Mexico? And he was given the New York mansion by what's that guy who had Victoria's Secret, whatever that guy is. Nothing's ever happened to him. So he was given the mansion by that guy. And then we have, of course, Little St. James and Big St. James, whatever, and his own private jet and all these other things. And did they just funnel money to him? He was like an investment billionaire? No, he was an idiot. Everyone that was investment grade, and the stock exchange and so forth, they're like, this guy didn't even know what the hell he was doing. I asked him questions and he was like, he didn't know, right? So they gave him the money. They created a facade, and with the money they gave him, now we're already finding out there are Democrat Congress people that got Epstein money laundering. Hello, money laundering. All right. This is going to be a big thing going forward. All right. So the Democrats want to reveal. Let's think of the Democrats. They're in their own. They're out in the ocean. They're all like playing. They're throwing the ball. They're all like having fun. And then, we find out that they've been doing bad things, and they know that they're in trouble. So what does one of them do? Takes out a knife and stabs one of their Democrat fellows. And then they say, run, shark, because now the shark's going to come to the blood-filled water, and they're chumming. So they're like going to start to take out. This is what we're seeing right now with the Democrat Party. They're sacrificing themselves to try and misdirect, information, misdirect attention. Look at them. They're bad. And the person that's saying, look at them, is probably one of the worst. All right. So we're going to see this be revealed. And again, will they be held accountable? Who's going to hold them accountable? Because they own the judges. They own a lot of the law enforcement and FBI and CIA. That has to be cleaned up. And when Trump was taken down in 2020, he could have gone on, but they had everything. They had everything on him. They got blindsided. So now they're smarter. They know who the problem people are, and they're coming after them, starting to take them down. Like all of those 51, I think it was, former Intel, high ups, some of them former CIA heads of the CIA and so forth. All of them lost their security clearances. So there's a methodical taking down of the system. James Comey looks like he's going to get off. And did he reveal, or was it just a big ploy? So everybody's looking at that. But the judicial system kept him alive. So the judicial system has to be taken out. And maybe that's another reveal. Because everybody's like, oh, we got him. He's like, he's going to go down. It's like, no, he's not going to go down. The judicial system is corrupt. Hello. Right? So that has to be taken care of. So Epstein Island, what? Like what? There's nothing there. You can't convict somebody that got on a jet and flew to St. Thomas. Then you have to get them going to the island, and there's no record. And then you have to get somebody to verify that they're on the island. Okay, maybe somebody's like, somebody took a picture and they're at the island, and that gets shared, but that's nothing. What were they doing? They're standing around in the water. And we've seen some pictures like that. What does that mean? Oh, he's at Epstein Island. So, all right. So many of you have gone to places where crimes have been committed. All right. So because you were there, oh, you're guilty. No, there has to be a crime, and somebody has to prove it. This is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now you have people that are saying, Of course, Ghislaine Maxwell and all these other people that were involved in recruiting. A lot of these people have said, yeah, I got recruited. And some of the Victoria's Secret models, I got recruited. All these different things, right? So we know that some of these people were involved. We know that some of these people recruited. And then some of those people were abused. And some of them have come out. Some of them, their names are redacted. Some of them have come out openly, right? Suicided. So who wants to stand up and say that, so-and-so, like Prince so-and-so, raped me when I was like 16, 17, whatever. And then that person comes out and says that. What does that do for them? Who else wants to raise their hand and say they got abused? Not so many, right? So that's the problem also with revealing the Epstein files, because you have people that are going to cross verify. Oh, that's that person. Oh, Cindy Bye-Bye is now, involved, and she's going bye-bye, right? So that's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. So everybody that wanted this, we want the files. We want the files. We want the files before it's time. Before it's time. And they pressed it and they pressed it and they pressed it. And the Democrats saw, okay, they got a lot of people that want to do this. We can use this. We can chum the water with this, right? So that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing, right? So now we can correlate and we can transpose the Epstein files onto election theft. We can transpose it onto child trafficking, hundreds of thousands of children missing in the United States, hundreds of thousands, right? And we know that some of them have been rescued, and we have their information. They're redacted to a certain extent, but I've had so many people on my show that have revealed this stuff, guys, and nothing happens because the judicial system is corrupt, because the Child Protective Services is corrupt, right? I'm going to have a guest on my show coming up Monday, and you might remember how a while back, Child Protective Custody came and took their children, right? So they're going to come on my show and talk about it. But I've had many people to talk about this, how this one woman was involved with a man that was very rich, very powerful, and their children were being abused. We've seen this over and over again. So she came on my show and she talked about it. She talked about how her son was being taken by the husband and being raped, right, by the father and other people, right? We know this. This is happening every single day, hundreds of times every single day, all over America, and thousands of times all over the world, right? It's not, and then again, it's not just America. It's a worldwide problem, and the Trump administration is trying to do a worldwide takedown. So I'm not saying we need to just be patient. No, we need to be involved. We need to watch this. We need to be commenting and sharing and all these kinds of things. But you need to understand that this is not going to happen like that. It's not going to happen like that, right? Everybody's like, oh yeah, we got the information on them. So what? Right? We've had information on a lot of these people, and they've been revealed for a long time. So it doesn't make any difference at this point. So yeah, very, very frustrating. Many of us that have seen this, that have been involved with it for years, 5 years now, at least. I've seen it a lot more, many years before, but I've known that you're not going to take these people down. They have incredible power. You're talking about people that heads of state, like Bill Clinton, Bush family, so on and on and on. You're not going to take these people down. You look at Joe Biden. molesting people right in front of us on camera, molesting children. And did the Democrats speak out about that, outrage or anything? No. So you got people, normal people, that are covering for these people. That should have, when that happened, there should have been a friggin' outrage. There should have been people like storming that guy, right? JoJo, right? Bye, JoJo, all right? So eventually caught up with him, and he is bye. But what did he go bye for? All right. You know, I posted a meme, I think it was yesterday, and it had Biden with his look, you know, and you look in it's like, what do you see when you look in, right? The Bush family, Biden's or Obama's, you know, it goes on and on. It goes on and on. And then the people that were, you know, involved in their administrations, just tremendous amount of horrific, you know, control and so forth. So now these people have incredible money, and they use that money and funnel that money around to each other through varying means, like the CIA. The CIA is involved in trafficking and money laundering and weapons trafficking, on and on, drug trafficking. The CIA, right? I've talked about it on my show for freaking 5 years, right? There's other people, not just me, that talk about it, right? So they use that to fund their black projects. So those of us that have been in the CIA, we see all this. You see it, right? I've talked about it. Anything been done about it? Is the CIA still there? Yeah. So again, you're looking at powerful organizations with incredible amounts of control that are not going away overnight, right? We're moving in that direction, but a lot of you guys get frustrated and you whine and you pout and you cry and you insult, right? Insult me. It's like, what the frig, you know? I'm out here like risking my life sharing this information every friggin' day, multiple times a day, and you want to come in and criticize me? Come on. See, this is the stupidity that we're dealing with, right? You have to be more intelligent. You have to be more critical thinking, and you have to look at this stuff on a deeper level. And if you're not going to do that, you're just on a surface level. Well, you said. Wake the fuck up, right? So we're going to continue to see good things happen. Many of you aren't going to notice them, right? Some of us will point them out to you, and you still won't see it. But that's the way this show runs right now, right? It's not everything, you know, falls apart, and then the golden age financial system comes out. You have to take down that whole system. The financial, the political, the judicial, the spy networks, all right, that don't serve us, that serve, you know, the elite bastards, right? So you're going to continue to see the slow takedown. Like James Comey. Why is he still walking free? Why is he still walking free? It's bullshit. We all know that he should have been gone long ago. When he came out and he said, he pointed out Hillary Clinton did this, Hillary Clinton's emails, they destroyed their you know, their phones, they destroyed their computers, blah 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 blah. But we're not going to convict. I was like, yeah. I was working out. I was like, yeah, oh God, this is a dream. This is a dream. And then he goes, no, we're not going to convict. And I was like, wow, what the F are you? You need to go bye-bye. But he's still here. He's still here. So that kind of like stupid BS has to go away. All right. And I don't know if we have to rise up to do it, because I'm looking at Mexico and I'm like, they're going to rise up. Mexico's going to rise up and take down their leadership. All right. So a lot of this stuff we've been talking about for a long time. a lot of people have, like I talked about, you're a conspiracy theorist, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no. And we have an expert to come in and talk about that. Leo, good to see you again.
Nice to see you again and to discuss such an important subject.
Oh, God, yes. Thank you.
It's about time that we kind of clear some important points, especially in regards to the film Eyes Wide Shut. I once had the opportunity to interview one of the main actors in that movie. And from what I gathered, it's always been the portrait of something real rather than instead simply a tale, a novel, a fantasy about rich people doing weird things. And of course, in the last few weeks, we had more and more talk about the Epstein scandal, and we had at that point people within the mainstream news finally admitting that there is something more to it, and that maybe we should be a bit more how you say, we should kind of say sorry to the so-called conspiracy theorists who in the past have discussed the possibility of the whole thing being real. As you know, I have published lately a book, which is The Rise and Fall of a Frankist Monster, which is based on the Sabbatean Frankist cult, which was behind Jeffrey Epstein. So when I saw what was going on, and I actually read this article by Sharon Waxman, which is the founder and CEO and editor-in-chief of The Wrap, by the way, also a former journalist from the New York Times, so a mainstream journalist who has won various awards, a best-selling author. I realized that it was about time to also write an article about people finally having this realization now that maybe behind Jeffrey Epstein, it wasn't only about, of course, it was also about money. It was also about power. It was also about a blackmail sting operation, honey traps of sorts that will lead to led us to various intelligence agencies. But as we said in the last show, where you kindly offered me the possibility of presenting my book, the main thing that people get very confused on, Michael, is that it wasn't Jeffrey Epstein working for the Mossad, working for the CIA, is the other way around, because the whole deep state in the US, as well as Israel, is controlled by the Sabbatean Frankists, as well as the Jesuits. We had the ulterior confirmation of this from a visit that happened just in the last few hours at the Vatican, which is quite incredible. Pope Leo XIV, who is, as you know, connected to Chicago, guested Governor J.B. Pritzker. And J.B. Pritzker comes from a family of Sabbatean Frankists from Ukraine. So it's, and when we see also how then Leo XIV, who we have discussed many times on your show, and who from the very beginning I told you was probably worse than Pope Francis himself, though he was crafted and molded by Pope Francis. I think that is important that people realize this alliance has been going on for a long time between these heretical Jews as well as heretical Christians, because I don't think that there is anybody in the right mind that can say that the Jesuits have been always, really the representatives of Jesus. Contrary to their name, Company of Jesus, they are actually, like I said in volume 12, the very last to have that genuinity about Jesus and as our Lord and our Savior. So I think that today we are in a very different world from yesterday, because yesterday demonstrated what I already told you, that if Trump maintained himself ostracizing the Epstein files, he will eventually lose control of his party. And so suddenly he opened up But the problem is, will anything be revealed? Well, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. Unfortunately, there is already various things that, let's say, are moving behind the scenes that make me think that probably there is going to be highly redacted material, or maybe material that is going to be simply pointing on one political side rather than the other. The Americans are not going to stand for all this. So this is going to be a disservice to the American people, because this whole matter was politicized in a way which shouldn't have. We should never support in any way, shape, or form the pedophiles. And that's why this book, as you know, is dedicated to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't care, about the White House and what they think. If they are in the wrong, I condemn them. But just think for a moment, Michael, who we had in the White House for the last few decades? A bunch of perverts, all of them.
Absolutely.
All of them. So we start, we want to start with Bill Clinton. Well, no comment. A guy, aside from Monica Lewinsky, we know that he was flying on the Lolita Express very frequently. Then who we have? George W. Bush, who apparently brought male prostitutes to the White House. And who we have next? Obama, who had a guy a guy called Sinclair in a limo when he was still a senator, doing him a blow without. I don't even want to say blowjob, because now everybody's talking about, this Baba, who's this and that. But the problem is that it's not about one president. It's about a system. So today, we want to go deep into that system to understand a little bit better who are the protagonists. And I think if we want to really dig deeper into this whole thing, first of all, we have to go to the very origins of the Epstein case, which, as you know, are also not only, they are not only in what we already know, but in what has been covered up, because it's part of the history, the legacy of America, that starts from people like Samuel Bronfman, that starts from people who are not even mentioned nowadays because they came into the scene. So this kind of understanding brings us to, for example, when it comes down to the dark secrets of the United States, we have people who maybe presented themselves in a certain way, and we always have accepted these people as being the guides of our society, the philanthropists, all these people who maybe, we perceive as being just, but in reality they are not. One of these people who in reality had a very dark and sinister background, aside from his public one, when Jeffrey Epstein was just starting to raise his profile by being recruited by Donald Barr. And I'm talking about a guy called Levis Rosenstiel, who was of course, a Jewish person, known for his philanthropist fundraiser and for Jewish causes. He was the founder of Shenley Industries and an American liquor company, very active during, of course, the Prohibition years. But who is behind all that? And who is he connected to? Well, and how does he get all the way then to Donald J. Trump and to Jeffrey Epstein? Because these are things that need to be discussed today in order to have a more honest and clear vision of things. And so today, I hope that we can clarify such matters. So for me, today is about clearing and understanding that, for example, Levis Rosenstiel created in the background of America's, let's say, the American dream of the 1950s, a blackmailing operation that was exactly like Epstein. And who inherited this operation? Somebody who then was very close to the future president of the United States, who I have talked about also in my latest book. Somebody who took from that blackmailing legacy, which went and blackmailed even people like J. Edgar Hoover, in the head of the FBI. So people will say, but who is this connection that brings us all the way to Donald J. Trump? Well, that connection is Roy Cohn. The Roy Cohn who was connected to Ronald Reagan's administration, but Roy Cohn was the mentor of Donald J. Trump, and he was the guy who actually inherited from the previously mentioned Levis Rosenstiel the whole backbone of this blackmailing operation. So I think that it's very important to understand that Jeffrey Epstein is not the only one. He's probably not going to be the last one, but he was definitely not the first one to do all this. And he inherited himself almost a position from the people before him who were doing these kind of things. Now, people will say, but I mean, here we're talking, people fantasize now about an email where it says Trump is blowing Baba. Okay? Guys, this is not about Trump. This is about a whole system of power of people that present themselves in a certain way, but they are completely the contrary when they are in private. I saw it myself, people surrounding villas with Secret Service operators and stuff just to protect, of course, the officials who were inside, who were maybe doing all kinds of stuff. So the Eyes Wide Shut is a reality. It's a reality that Jeffrey Epstein was involved with. And in my book, I have gone deep into this reality, as you know. And I think it's important that people realize that this reality is not restricted to one person, but it's definitely part of a tradition of the elites. If you think about it, the actual film Eyes Wide Shut, the outside scene when you have, for example, Tom Cruise getting to the villa, the castle, the place where they conduct the ritual. Well, that place belonged to the Rothschild. It used to be the family house of the Rothschild. Roy Cohn inherited. You see how, he wasn't really. The guy could be in a gay pride setup all his life. If you see him by his photos, are you still astonished about somebody blowing somebody else here? So, when in my book inserted Roy Cohn, I inserted him also linked to the B'nai B'rith, linked to the mega group, linked to the systems of power that we have. So I think that this book was very much, for me, the wish was to make it come out in a moment of relevance. And I think this is the best moment possible because everybody is with their eyes on this scandal and wants to know more. And it's going to probably be disappointed by what the system is going to eventually serve them with, because no matter what, they're going to put the national security in front of it all because you can see that, you can see this. Do you really think they're going to show you Ehud Barak raping Virginia Giuffre? No, they're never going to show you Ehud Barak. There is going to be World War III and a bunch of nuclear weapons detonating before that will ever happen.
Yep.
So it's like, so I think that instead of wasting your time in the, in this, even in idealizing Trump, we should come to the awareness of reality. And me, I've always been a realist. I know that at times this makes people uncomfortable because they like to be a little bit, on the safe side. And maybe they like to also idealize people and the possibility that we can defeat the New World Order. Listen, guys, you can't defeat what you have in your pocket. You can't defeat what you have in your bank. You can't defeat a system that is basically owns you in every way, in every way you move. You have a system that in some way owns you. You put your money in the bank, They own you. You work for somebody, you take a salary, you are part of the institutions that, of course, service this great United States of America. Some way down the line, there is some kind of level of compromise. And for me, it's important today to understand and explain to the people that the Sabbateanism and Frankism, with their distinct tendency to practice heretical rituals, to encourage the overstepping and inversion of established religious laws and rules, because in the end is about these people being able to preach outwards that they have some kind of belief, either Christian, either Muslim, either Jew. They say, oh, we are great Christians, and then maybe if you see them in their private life, they have this lover, this other lover, they go with this and they do that and blah blah blah. It was very easy for a gentleman called Ataturk, who founded modern Turkey, to simply put a bunch of imams into a train that we know as the Orient Express, and fill it up with prostitutes, and from that moment onwards, blackmail them for life. So it's about also the blackmail system, which is part of it all and has been for a long time. Now, Roy Cohn was part of this Sabbatean Frankist vision of things, of these dark demonic powers, which in Judaism are known also as the klipot, that are naturally ingrained in every man's constitution, and they oppose each act of salvation. And they are, of course, they are selling all this as a way to bind people together. So it's not only, the ritual in itself, but the fact that you participate to something forbidden, something that is a little bit like when the Skull and Bones, during their initiation ritual, have, these people who for a whole night have to confess all their most all their secrets to a bunch of strangers. So it kind of creates really the bond that will never end, that bond. And so at times I noticed that in Satanism, those practices, may they be the sacrifice of a child, the rape of a minor, anything that is forbidden and perverse becomes also a matter of deep union between the parts. Now, going back to Eyes Wide Shut, this film, and apparently there were parts that were omitted from the film. There is a lot of discussion about the end of the film. And why is that? There is apparently 20 to 30 minutes that are missing from this film. But, when you edit, you can throw away things that maybe don't fit with the narrative. But in this case, apparently, there were things that were deemed dangerous. And one of the things that is often discussed is that the last scene was in reality Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman giving their child to the pedocult.
Oh, wow.
So just to give, when you later situations, but the fact that they codified the rituals in a way that they functioned for also an elite of people, well, that is a typical thing that was done by the Sabbateans. I mean, you see, there is the Sabbateans and then there is the Frankists, but they have, maybe some similarities, and they, of course, have a lot in common, because in the end, the Frankists were simply the Sabbateans with added elements, especially the cult of the female divinity. Possibly in the shape of a sacred maiden or a whore that is subject to collective practices of devotion and adoration. Well, isn't that what Anton LaVey did with his Church of Satan in his Black Masses? it's exactly the same. And in fact, Anton LaVey was Anton Levi, and his family came from Thessaloniki, and they were Sabbateans. So the very roots of modern Satanism are in this cult of very powerful people. The fact that, for example, in Frankism in particular, a tendency to reinforce military customs. There was a lot of discipline, including the application of hierarchical structures, and this is very important because, as you know, even in the mafia, there is a hierarchical structure, and often they borrow military, military terms or military, like the guy's a colonel or the guy's a general or the guy's. And so there is always been the use of a hierarchical structure, and this, of course, also with the possibility that at the moment what we are seeing is going to develop in two directions. So it's one direction in which they will actually go after maybe 10 to 12 people in those files and expose them to the legality of it all, which means they will eventually get sentenced. But that is a possibility I personally have very little belief in, Michael. Because we are talking people who are very powerful, people who can buy entire states if they want, people who own.
They may make some patsies or sacrifices of their group, but as we know, they'll tell somebody to sacrifice themselves so that you're doing it for the good of the whole community, and that's why they do it.
Yeah, but remember that there is also so much material that has been made already public, and the people have a lot of expectance. If you just go after some, now, for example, in the last few days, there has been a lot of talk in regards to one of the characters that was probably important, but still, to tell you the truth, minor respect to other characters. I'm talking here about Summers, the guy from Harvard. Now, you know that I have Larry Summers. I have dedicated a whole chapter to Harvard in my book. I have explained that Jeffrey Epstein had an office in Harvard, went in and out of Harvard, where, like you're wearing now, like your hoodie, he had the thing with written Harvard, he went around with it. He was very much present in Harvard. So today we have the exposure finally of somebody like Larry Summers. But Larry Summers also is resigning from OpenAI board because he was part of the OpenAI board. Which is a very important position, because today OpenAI is a very important part of the new tech industries, and developing the AI. There is OpenAI, and then you have maybe Elon Musk, and you have maybe some other player, but OpenAI is regarded as the main player in this business at the moment. So the fact that he had to, people, for example, also when it comes to Lex Wexner also is involved in the AI. I mean, all these people are involved in the AI. They're involved in robotics. Himself, Jeffrey Epstein, was involved in financing what became the software for Sophia the robot. So people maybe should realize that it's not about simply some depraved individuals having an orgy. There's a little bit more to it, no?
Yeah, and Epstein was money laundering for the elite as well, paying off people with the money that they would give him, and then that they need that. They always need somebody to money launder, the dark money that comes in, and he was expert at that. The CIA does, they'd have black ops, and they need to have money laundered into that. And, so they do human trafficking. I've seen this overseas. They do human trafficking, weapons trafficking, drug trafficking. and then they have someone like Jeffrey Epstein that will funnel that money in. They'll create a facade business, and in that facade business, they'll have someone collecting information. I saw that all the time when I was in the CIA. So Jeffrey Epstein was a facade business.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein, like I said, there was a facade business, but he was also not working for the CIA, like I explained. There was maybe the CIA that was working for Jeffrey Epstein and the people behind him, which is also the case for the Mossad, which is also the case for Shin Bet, which is also the case for MI6, MI5, or all the other agencies involved. When it comes, for example, to the mega group, which I discussed the other time, one of the characters was Lauder, the Estee Lauder Cosmetics name comes into no. But the fact that there was also a banking lodge, banking and finance lodge of the B'nai Brit. I talk about this in my book, and it's very important because it was connected to Cohn and to Ronald Lauder. Now, these are very important people here because apparently, like I said, Cohn was running a similar operation to Jeffrey Epstein. And then we have, though, right in the period, which is like 1996, we have also Lauder as a major financer of Israel's Likud party, which then started to rise because, at the time it was the labor Zionists that were more successful politically in Israel. And so then it kind of turns around. But the year that Roy Cohn died, it was 1986, sorry. And then 10 years later, we had that happening with the financing of the Likud party. But it was at that point that we see also with Ray Cohn, is almost like Jeffrey Epstein picks up his blackmailing operation. That is what I came to the conclusion of in my research. I mean, it's like 85, 86, when Les Wexner gives him that building, with cameras in Manhattan. Apparently, instead, it was before they got to financing Jeffrey Epstein's operation. Apparently, Ray Cohn was conducting this operation in a very important hotel in New York that apparently was owned at one point also later on by Trump. And in this hotel, they will have minors and people involved in a situation similar to the Eyes Wide Shut kind of scenario. We know that there is...
So do you think that Trump was involved in some of that?
Okay, there is a lot of people that tend to defend Trump because they say Trump, in a way, has been servicing the system for, like an informant almost. So they tend to give Trump the benefit of the doubt by having him linked to a informant kind of figure. Right. But the problem is that over and over again, we see that, it goes a little bit above that informant kind of, how we can say, of level of participation, let's say. So in between 85, 87, Epstein becomes his relationship with his principal financer, which is Les Wexner, which was closely associated with Lauder, who, by the way, because together they will also found the mega group in 1991. So there is a connection there that is very strong. From my sources, Les Wexner and Epstein were already working from 1985. Some people claim 87, but I found some credible sources that he was already, because already from that moment onwards, he makes him basically use the whole building that he will eventually give for $1. That is very symbolic, sell to to Jeffrey Epstein. So we have the origin of the mega group, which is with very powerful figures. But let's not forget that these powerful figures, like we said, are from the Sabbatean Frankist milieu. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu, where does he come from? Where is he originated from? He's originating from Polish Sabbatean Frankism, the family. So here it's like, you put together all these elements and you find that these people are all interconnected, that basically there was a connection that goes all the way to Shimon Peretz, to other people, like I said, Bronfman, and so I think that Edgar Bronfman was probably one of the most important figures. Then we have also the Anti-Defamation League director, Abby Foxman. Now, let's not forget that the Anti-Defamation League was founded by the B'nai B'rith, and in my book I show that the B'nai B'rith is a Sabbatean Frankist creation, because in reality B'nai B'rith, if interpreted as Rabbi Unterman interpreted, was meaning Shabbatai is my illumination, so more clear than that it can't be. Now, the major supporters of ADL included the Ronald Lauder, of course, which is still a powerful figure to this day. And then you had many others like Max Fisher and so on. But here we are talking about people, it's always like people say, oh, Jeffrey Epstein, his connection with Israel, he was working for the Mossad. And I'm like laughing, because Jeffrey Epstein was much more than that. It was bigger than that.
Oh, yeah.
It was a world enterprise, because you shouldn't restrict the power of the Sabbatean Frankists simply to one country. When they have created a banking system that is worldwide, when 20%, like we said, of the Bank of China is owned by the Rothschild, when the Rothschild themselves have been like inspirational for the film Eyes Wide Shut, because the actual place was a bill of the Rothschild. Mm-hmm. People, wonder sometimes about that, but it's called Mentmore Towers. Mentmore Towers has a long history, because it was in the 1850s that the Rothschild families arrived in this village of Mentmore in Buckinghamshire, and they established what became a very beautiful building, because it is a very beautiful. I mean, you see it outside, when Tom Cruise arrives there with the mask on and the thing, and it was the place where Baron Meyer the Rothschild really developed an incredible situation, because he actually started to buy all the land there in 1846. And it was then sold quite recently. At one point, it became the headquarters of the Maharishi Foundation, which is like another kind of one of these gurus from the 1960s that developed his influence also. So in England, but Baron Rothschild, together with other figures of the Rothschild families, were, as I described in my book, doing what the Frankists wanted to do to expand themselves, marry into Christian aristocratic families, and initially was Catholic, and then it became members of the Church of England, especially influential for what then became the Balfour Declaration, the very layout that then created the State of Israel. So I think that somebody says, weren't the Rothschild and the royal they were, of course, they married into the nobility, but not only in England, also in Austria before that. Also, the process that Jacob Frank started wasn't only the Rothschild, there was a whole group of bankers, the more prominent ones, the more known ones, and probably the ones that everybody has in mind whenever there is a conspiracy theory are the Rothschild. But like you have read in my book, they're not the only ones. They are one of the more influential, but they are not the only ones. And they all help each other, because that is the strength of this whole thing. You see, the Jewish people have been persecuted, and of course they have always had this, this thing of helping each other. But at the same time, the Sabbatean Frankists that infiltrated Judaism and then manipulated from within has become like the virus, let's say, a bit like for the Christian world, the Jesuits. The Jesuits were the virus initially that infiltrated all the reform movement, and then in the end, see where we are now today, where basically most Christian groups of all sorts are controlled by the Vatican, and even the King of England goes there, so it's kind of like all coming together. But like I said, the Eyes Wide Shut indication made by Stanley Kubrick, by simply, because you see, this Mentmore Towers is in bad condition, so they couldn't film within Mentmore Towers. But because it symbolized for Kubrick the power of the Rothschild, he wanted that image in the collective consciousness to be projected, connected to this Eyes Wide Shut. So I think that is an important element that we can add to our story, together with the fact that nowadays, like I said, there is journalists like the one I mentioned earlier, Sharon Waxman, but also other ones who are more and more admitting that, like the intrepid journalist from the Miami Herald, Julie K. Brown, who was the first to expose Epstein crimes when he was first condemned, says that, and confirmed in a phone call with Sharon Waxman, that Epstein, Eyes Wide Shut, was a reality, and that it was a Eyes Wide Shut cabal that Epstein was heading. However, after these admissions have been made by the mainstream press, I don't think that we will have more of these admissions, because it will get too close to then the very finances of all these newspapers where they work for. And it will be at one point. See, today, The Economist, which is now another thing, The Economist is a prestigious newspaper, a prestigious publication now that we all take information from. Well, The Economist now is being sold, most of it, from Linda Rothschild, personal friend of Jeffrey Epstein and the former Prince Andrew, to John Elkann, who, as I showed here, is one of the rising names of Sabbatean Frankism, and I showed him in my book. And the interesting thing about The Economist today is that they are making some very, very dark forecast for next year. I don't know if you heard about it, but they are the forecast that they are basically saying, The Economist is predicting for 2026 war. And if the Sabbatean Frankists who own it are actually making that public, what do you think is the purpose for doing that? Because, I mean, it seems like either they are telling us what is about to happen, what they're about to do to us in order to achieve the Great Reset, which has always been their ultimate plan by 2030. See, yesterday, one thing that really bothered me was to see, while all this theatrics, politics was going on, there was, of course, the Saudi Arabian prince, head of Saudi Arabia, receiving the White House, and there was the state dinner. In the state dinner, we saw once again Elon Musk. Elon Musk has recently stated in both at the presentation of his robots and his yearly inventions, whatever that is, to his shareholders, he has said one very important thing. Some of it can be interpreted as maybe over the top, but amongst the various things that he's pushing Optimus, the robot, as the solution for all world problems. Okay. But at the same time, he said that will make most of the planet lose their jobs. So working will be facultative, and he announced the fact that we will all be on a universal income. And I'm talking to you about the dinner that happened yesterday at the White House, because one of the major finances in the world of AI, as I explained in my volume 10 of my confessions, is Saudi Arabia. Is the prince that was received yesterday in the White House. And I mean, Prince Mohammed bin Salman is not a guy that personally I would have received in the White House after what happened on 9/11. Now, it's true, like I explained, that there was 9/11 is partly an inside job as well as an outside job. And but there is a heavy responsibility from Saudi Arabia. But there is also, if you think about it, and this is very, very particular because this is something that really, if you think about this connection, Jeffrey Epstein had a very particular relationship with the Saudi royal family and traveled to the kingdom in the last years of his life. Wow. And he used a foreign passport with fake name to enter Saudi Arabia. And one thing that, and you know, as a former CIA operative, one thing that you can detect in a spy is the use of passports. They always change them all the time. They claim they lose them because they don't want the stamps to be detected by the people in the next place they visit. That is a classic. You know, a normal person, if he goes through all these countries, will have 30 stamps, but then it will be a liability. So he was losing his passport every 2 minutes. But at the same time, the fact that there was this link with the Saudi royal family, and suddenly, while this whole thing is going on in Congress, Trump is inviting the head of the Saudi royal family. You think that is a coincidence?
Good point. Wow. How about that? Wow.
It's something that makes you understand that there is something else going on here.
Yeah.
And it's pretty scary. I think it's very suspicious and very scary. But of course, amongst also the various things that were found amongst the items seized from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, especially in New York, there was a so-called, and I hear it, fake Saudi passport.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So I mean,
well, I mean, he's working for the intelligence agencies, and I can tell you, they can make passports easily for anyone.
Why Saudi? And plus,
right,
the residence in another place that was kind of interesting in our story, and that's Austria. Because Austria is connected to also all this story. So it's like there is a connection there down the line with Austria also. Because at the time, and this is then makes much more sense for our viewers to understand, Ronald Lauder became, at that time, in the U.S. ambassador to Austria. And that was the year in which, after Roy Cohn died, they passed on officially the sanction that the guy who will be in charge of this whole blackmailing theory will be Jeffrey Epstein.
So who do you think is doing Jeffrey Epstein's work now?
I think that you see, today we are in a completely new era, because today we are in the era of the internet, in the era of artificial intelligence, and so it becomes much more difficult. It is like hiding is not possible. Today you can't simply lose a passport or a stamp changes your identity, because today you have 1,000 ways of tracing a guy, with facial recognition, things, vocal recognition. People say, oh, but I'm going to change phone number. I'm going to have a burner phone. They will, after 20 seconds, recognize your voice and at that point identify you, because they have extremely sophisticated equipment that wasn't present before. So I think that today the work that Jeffrey Epstein was doing sounds a bit reminiscent of those espionage tales where you have those points of where you had, for example, rooms full of people intercepting phone calls, maybe with recording on a. It kind of sounds a little bit too. I think that today it might be more possible that you are working with very sophisticated hackers, with people within the tech world, rather than people. And Epstein knew, though, that we were going towards an AI reality, because he himself was involved with it, like I explain in my book. I mean, people like Peter Thiel and Palantir, what is he doing? So it's like, I think that today it's a little bit of a different world, but the new players of the game, amongst the new players would be definitely a guy like Peter Thiel. That's why I absolutely distrust J.D. Vance as being a possible alternative to Trump.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
I don't see it. So I think that today we need to be very much more, like in the past, you had these people that were running around the world thinking they own it. Now, these people have a system technologically that protects them from, the mass, and they are becoming more and more part of a techno-feudal empire. And that means people who have extreme wealth today, they are simply investing in the cyber Satan artificial intelligence setup. Like I explained in my book, by the way, Peter Thiel comes from a family who has its roots in Frankfurt. In fact, in my book on Jeffrey Epstein, I explain that the relationship of the Sabbatean Frankist and the Christian families, like Thiel's families in Frankfurt, is a relationship that goes back hundreds of years. So it's, I think, a guy also that is always talking about the Antichrist as his pastime. And he makes conferences about it and all that. I mean, it's definitely a guy that doesn't inspire me confidence. A guy who this year was one of the main guests at the Bilderberg Club that was taking place in Sweden. It's not somebody who inspires me a lot of. Now, we're talking about a guy who's doing predictive policing, counterterrorism analysis, works for the intelligence community here in the USA, USIC, works for the United States Department of Defense. The software that he's creating is used for missions, a critical national security system. You understand that even in your time in the CIA, what you were doing back then couldn't be done now in the same way, because the technology has evolved.
No,
completely different.
Absolutely. I mean, we were going into. Remember when you used to go? You didn't have internet connections, so you had to go into like these internet connection. They have rooms, and you go in the computers and you buy time and stuff like that. Some of our case officers would go in there. We give them protection, of course, and they go in, and they would go into these rooms, and they would be able to track the people that had been in there because they had technology to do that. Of course, now the satellite and all of the Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff.
But still today, for example, I have a relative who has security, goes into the hotel where the boss has to stay, and the digital footprints, like you said, are scanned. They make sure that there is no way that their computers that they're going to be used or mobile phones will be hacked. It's becoming a different way of approaching the whole spy business. And so it has evolved in a way that today, I mean, will Jeffrey Epstein be able to have the same level of impunity? I think probably that the islands that he was purchasing, because in the last years of his life, he also purchased an island next to Little St. James, a bigger one.
Bigger one, yeah.
The plan was to isolate those islands then from any kind of scrutiny, with the heavy use of technology, because only in that kind of setup you can really isolate yourself from the phone cells, everything else, satellites. You can shield everything, and maybe at that point have a level of impunity like he used to have. Palantir, and the fact that he was linked to Palantir, the fact that Palantir is involved in governance surveillance through artificial intelligence and facial recognition, tells you all there is you need to know that. It's like, So today we are now facing, I think, for most of America, what has happened with the Jeffrey Epstein scandal has demonstrated that there is a compromise for anybody who even comes close to power, and that Washington, D.C. is in itself compromised to a level that, yes, you can have great promises in your electoral campaigns. You can promise the moon and back, but are they ever going to deliver to us? Even this populist, side of Trump is now showing instead the different side. Yeah. And I don't know if everybody's happy about it. I mean, MAGA needs to become independent from Trump and needs to always prioritize America first.
Good point. Yeah.
So, it's
like we the people. It's not about these politicians going to make things.
It's not about letting 600,000 Chinese young students and potential spies in our countries, because that means to be a traitor. So when Marjorie Taylor Greene said, Trump called me a traitor, let me explain what a traitor is. And a lot of people now are saying, oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene should have never criticized the president yesterday. Or I think that speech she gave was spot on. They were very powerful people who didn't want this stuff known, even partially their names revealed. Like I said earlier, I doubt that we might have investigations into these powerful people. There might be some of them who might be exposed, but the level of power that is beyond Epstein is they're
not going to be convicted. They're not going to be convicted.
Listen, when you see the people behind Epstein are the people who have financed every governor in every state of the United States of America, every single senator, then at that point you are like, these people, they were forced yesterday into voting. And it was kind of like really funny to see that there was only this one loose guy,
right,
who voted no. And I think that the loose guy who voted no, probably, I mean, maybe he had more coherence than other people. Maybe he knew that it was political suicide, though, because at that point, he appeared everywhere and everywhere. That guy is never going to have a future in politics anymore.
Yeah, he's I can't think of his name right now. There was one Democrat I saw that had voted nay as well, and then eventually it went off. So then no Democrats. I guess somebody got to him and said, "Yeah, you need to change that vote." But there's nothing going to happen. I agree with you. It's.
I mean, the guy we're talking is this Clay. What's his name? Higgins or
that's it.
Clay,
yeah,
from Louisiana.
Clay Higgins, I think that's it. Yeah.
The thing is, when you start saying, okay, we can't expose because there is this and this other reason. At the end of the day, who are these people in Congress representing? In theory, the people of the United States of America, we citizens of the people should be owning their asses, but we are not.
Yes.
So it's like these people are compromised, and the level of compromise that has been shown now has been, I think, disappointing for all of us.
Yes.
The fact that we see a very big difference, when Vladimir Putin raised to fame in the Russian Federation, he took all the money, all the riches of the oligarchs, he literally and started to redistribute them, because he saw that immediately after the fall of the Soviet Union, these people, in a way, had taken advantage of things. So I think that it's important to realize that a leader needs to be just. A leader needs to be just. A leader needs to be somebody who also gives back to the people. We still have 3 years. Everything is possible. Anything is possible. What is your idea about it, Michael?
Yeah, it's got to come from we the people. We can't depend on any of the politicians. They just cover for each other. They're all corrupt. And so, yeah, we have to find someone that's going to be a true leader. No one that's like, bought and paid for by Peter Thiel, right? So I don't see.
The problem is in this present situation in America, where politics has such high cost. We saw how much money Kamala Harris spent, over $1.5 billion. I mean, it was just like incredible, the amount of money that was spent in that campaign. And of course, also Trump. I mean, you need billions.
They pay for people to support them. Like Republicans, they'll get volunteers to go out and, do politicking and, voter registrations. Like that. The Democrats pay people. They own everything.
Regardless of the politics.
Yeah,
Republicans or Democrats, you need the money. So even if, the idea might have been a great idea initially when Elon Musk said, I want to create an alternative party. But then he saw himself that it wasn't really feasible in this in this two-party system, which is already rigged and paid for. So it is very difficult. But going back to, of course, the subject of that we are discussing and what we are seeing with what has developed in recent times. Like we said, it wasn't born out simply of recent things that maybe Epstein, was this singular kind of guy who suddenly found a way to blackmail people and work for this or this. No, we see that it is a system that he inherited. So it is a system that somebody else might inherit. We said also that they might not have the same characteristic because technology has evolved. that in the past you couldn't, because they relied the information directly on, on the internet, their photos. So it's not like, I don't see in the year 2025 somebody like Ghislaine Maxwell waiting in front of a school for where 13-year-old come out, because after 2 minutes they will have their photo probably made by some mother on their phone. They will be exposed in some way, maybe. It will be, so that will be a little bit more difficult. You understand? It's like the concept of recruiting in the way that it was done back then. I don't think it can be replicated today, but there is other ways, unfortunately, especially through technology, that make it possible.
Yeah, definitely.
There is large human trafficking operations that take place today, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have a friend, Louis Herms, who's running for governor of California, and he wants to do away with the taxes, all kinds of crazy stuff, go after child trafficking. He's got great ideas. He's been a broadcaster like myself. He's traveled all over the U.S. Doing events. You look at him, he's got a great chance, but he's already being attacked by, like we're talking about, this electronic, thing that comes at that they come after you with, and he's got other people that are want to support him, very high level people. I've heard like RFK Jr. Wants to support him, but he's got to overcome some stuff, and he's like just a guy like you and I that has great ideas that can make a change, but we have a massive system that's going to try and destroy him. He's got no dirt on him, so they're not going to try to destroy him, trying to suppress him. Already they've been doing it. How does somebody like that rise to the top? That's what we're talking about right now.
And let's not forget that even people like RFK might have been compromised and blackmailed. We know that recently there is this whole story of this Olivia Nuzzi that came out that was somehow involved with RFK and this infidelity saga. We don't really know the level. These people have information on everybody, and they will always use it against you once you reach some level of power.
And if they don't have anything, they'll just lie, make it up, and then push it out there like it's real. And then,
but I actually,
they'll just keep on.
That is also true. That is also a possibility. But if you think about it, the people they eventually have always led into power are the ones who they can blackmail with more ease because they are compromised. I will never forget. We are talking about also people who who are very smart, the Einsteins of the situation. It's always Stein. It's always the Stein that goes in, and that Stein, that stone, it's always present. So for me, I think today we have realized that yes, like you said, there might be people who want to try to run for office, but trying is one thing. Achieving then a success. I personally was involved in politics briefly in Italy. I saw the level of corruption. I was so disgusted with it that it was simply an experiment I wanted to use to see it from inside, like seeing how it is to run for office.
Yeah, many times, many ways. Yeah.
But once they arrive to certain positions, if they become like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who suddenly from one day to another, they abandon the whole Epstein thing and they become silent. Dan Bongino was a guy who was doing shows every day, who was very public, very talkative. He maybe gives an occasional 1 to 4, maybe one interview a month, maybe. But we're talking about really levels of silence which are kind of disturbing if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Definitely. Yeah.
So we definitely have to maybe in the future go back on this topic, because I'm sure that once it's gonna evolve in one direction or the other, the Epstein saga is not gonna end up here simply with this vote in Congress, because I think that either they're gonna redact the hell out of it, either they're gonna start to stop certain things. And then let's also think about the fact that what they are making public in those so-called Epstein files that the Congress wants to is been voting for is not the entirety of the judiciary material that is available. So it's always partial. So the people will be more and more disappointed, disgusted, drawn to abandon politics, and then at the same time we are instead being more and more manipulated by a reality where the AI will probably lead us from the White House, and Congress will become a simple tool of this artificial reality which is taking place. That is unfortunately what's going to happen. I mean, in 10 years from now, politics is not going to have the same identity. And
well, there's other ways that they can, compromise and, threaten. I was talking to a doctor earlier today, and he said that he and another group, very powerful group, had basically convinced Trump that he didn't need to go forward with Operation Warp Speed. And then he had a meeting with a bioweapon potentially, release that's coming next year. So,
well, yes, I mean, that is what they are, anticipating already on The Economist. And I mean, such a gloom and doom scenario for the future by a mainstream publication like The Economist is not, a conspiracy theory publication with all the, this is considered a serious publication. Though today we don't consider as serious the mainstream news, it's still part of the established news system. I want to thank you for giving me this possibility today, as usual, to dig deep and show that really a lot of the truths that were accused of being conspiracy theories, people like me for decades were trying to bring out these truths and have always been derided. Maybe we were right all along, and now we will see the mainstream jumping on board and starting to admit that that is the case. I think that at one point, though, once you admit that that is true, is because these people, they don't care anymore if you expose them, because they have reached a level in which you cannot, you can't change their plans, or you can't even see what they're doing, because the level of invisibility maybe has grown exponentially since Jeffrey Epstein's experience. They also might have taken Jeffrey Epstein's experience in Little St. James, in the Zorro Ranch, or in New York as something that then they can draw some conclusions on how to operate in the future. And like I said, technology will always be of help for these people. And now in volume 11, you see, you have just shown the image of Thomas Crooks, which is now being debated because they say that he was also into the fairy. He was also had a whole digital imprint that wasn't taken seriously or ever made public by the FBI. Let's not forget that his body was quickly eliminated and incinerated, and we don't have any trace of it. The FBI needed to be exposed by Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, who is now in charge of it. We thought about finally a Department of Justice who will be put upside down, and all wokeism will be expelled, and the deep state will be running away and hiding after that. But I don't see that happening, unfortunately. I see, unfortunately, these people still in charge. And it seems like you can maybe change the facade a little bit. It's very symbolic what has happened to the little St. James Temple of Jeffrey Epstein, because this image here, now they have painted it in white, and it's like they have, because they have made the island a tourist island. So they have purified it almost with the painting into white, very symbolic, of wanting to purify the whole thing. But we remember also what was written in the Georgia Guidestones. They were blown up like their message was there, and it's a message that will stay in our minds. So thank you for once again giving me the opportunity for this great chat with you. And let's hope that people can really understand it's not about the politics anymore. It's about awareness. And once you have that awareness, try to make the best of it without following the rules and following the trends of the system that is pushing you one against the other, because there is no just people in this political establishment of sorts. They might be a little bit better than the other for a number of reasons. Of course, I voted for Trump. Many other people who are following us today voted for Trump. We dodged the bullet with Kamala Harris. But the problem is that anybody that arrives there, especially in their second mandate, the level of compromise is much higher.
Yeah.
And we have seen it with many other presidents also in their second mandate. It's almost like in the second mandate, they have to make everybody happy, their friends in the upper echelons happy before they make happy the masses, because they don't have any reasons to, they're not going to present themselves for another election. They don't need the support of the people. They need the support of the establishment. Right. And that's what I've seen yesterday with that dinner in the White House, unfortunately. God bless you all, and God bless our great Michael Jago that can continue his mission. Take care.
Take care. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jago with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Brad Olson with me once again. So we had a little difficulty with YouTube. Looks like I put some language in there that they're not happy about. That has to do with World War II Germans, right? So Brad is telling me that they don't like to be called that anymore. It starts with an N, has a Z in there. So they don't like that anymore. Obviously, YouTube doesn't like that either. So that's interesting. Now, Brad and I have talked about this for quite some time, for a couple of years. The Bush family, the Scherf family initially. So Prescott Bush was basically was in the German Navy, was born there in Germany before WW2. And then his son, HW, was born there. And so you have a senator and a president, and also head of the CIA, H.W. Bush, that was not born in the United States, was born in Germany. So we obviously have some issues there, but so I don't know how that gets fixed. But all I care about right now is doing our YouTube show. So trying to get that squared away. We're going to show you a picture of the Scherf family with there we go. So the Scherf family, and they have a lot of people in there, like Otto Skorzeny, Joseph Mengele, Dr. Death, and who's the other guy? Martin Bormann. So three people that we know are World War II German officers, right? And there is that wow? Is
that's
that
Prescott Bush, the grandfather?
That's Prescott with Mr.
Good old
Mr. Little Mustache himself, huh? That went to Argentina with like 250,000 German officers and soldiers. Wow, 250,000. You talk about that in your book. your new book that will be available January 1st, and you can order it now. So we're going to be talking about that in this show. But yeah, there's obviously a lot of issues there. I'm going to share the screen. I'll show you that picture. I got it from another. Got it from another place. So here we go. So here they are, the happy family.
Yeah.
All right. So you see there, Martin
Another-
Bormann. There's Mother Scherf. There's the George Scherf Jr., George Scherf Sr., who would be Prescott Bush, and of course George H.W. Bush. And they're there with Joseph Mengele, Otto Skorzeny. So a lot of these people that were part of the organization. You just showed Prescott with the ruler of the Nazi Party. So crazy stuff. And so now we're going to talk about in your latest book that's coming out, like I said, January 1st, but you can pre-order it now on Amazon. That book is called Secrets of Antarctica, The Untold History of the Ice Continent. So ice continent on the surface, but there's a lot of stuff going on there. All right, let's jump in. Brad, thanks so much for joining us again. You're award-winning author. You got #1 books all over the place. Now with this book, I'm kind of concerned, because I put out stuff like this, and they attack me and order a bunch of my books and then send them back, and then I owe a lot of money. So they've done that a couple times to me. So very frustrating. I hope you don't have that problem.
Not as much, but always great to talk to you, Michael. And wow, what an intro with so much on the plate, including 2 books, including Beyond Esoteric, which is in a second edition, and
Nice.
Secrets of Antarctica, which is forthcoming, and you've offered a great endorsement of when it comes out. It's going to be a lot of groundbreaking material. And
So
on the
much.
back cover, it says all roads lead to Antarctica. Of course, no roads lead to Antarctica, but all the stuff that you just prefaced this conversation with does have a connection to Antarctica, because that's what happened largely with all the technology and the top personnel at the end of World War II. And this is the history we're not being told, is that there were contingents within our government that were allied with the Third Reich, and also in Europe with the royal family. They were even descendants of the Kohlberg Gotha family in German. They just changed your name to Windsor so it sound more English.
Yep.
But they're totally tied in, and they all are. And had the tides of war turned and Germany came out on top in that World War II, our history would be completely different than what we've been told for the last 80 some years. Because World War II and the outcome, and then these powers, these stay behinds, and those that went to Antarctica, South America, and in our country with the paperclip Nazis, they had started what is known as the Fourth Reich. And in other terms, with the Soviet Union and NATO also clashing during the Cold War, they were called the Third Force. And they're kind of stirring the pot the whole time, keeping those two powers fighting each other. All the while, they're developing technology, and they're under ice base in Antarctica, as well as several that I located in South America. And that was actually more of the preferred homeland, because Southern South America, where, as you know, 7 years ago when I was going down to Antarctica on a sailboat, I traveled up and back along the Patagonian Southern South America border, which is absolutely gorgeous. Some of the most beautiful landscapes on the planet. And all the while finding that there were these refuges or micronations, as John Lear, the famous pilot for the CIA and other forces, he and I had a discussion before this ended. And that's really important to understand, because it wasn't just Antarctica, although that was this frozen refuge that Karl Donitz who was the final president and Reich Chancellor of the Third Reich after Hitler supposedly committed suicide. He really escaped. Why wouldn't he? Because he had doppelgangers they could just pop a cap in, and he lived out the rest of his life in South America. But he did visit the Antarctica colonies. And I say that plural because I've identified in the new book at least 3 locations that they colonized in the New Schwabenland general area, which on most globes is called Queen Maud Land, claimed by Norway, directly below South Africa. But it's in those areas that you'll find those giant hangars where you could fly a plane or UFO into, as well as hot water pools called the Schirmacher Ponds, named after the German pilot who landed their seaplane in it during the Schwabenland expedition. And from there, the men set out to found the Point 211, which, like our Area 51, is just a location on their map that's Point 210, Point 211, Point 212. Wow. Point 211 is actually in the Schumacher Hills area. And so that's where the Allies were going to confront them in Operation High Jump, and where they had their ass handed to them. Right. So that was this is the untold story of World War II, is that it actually continues all the way down in Antarctica, because it was the Antarctica Germans who, after the war, dropped the N-word because they found it offensive and too knee-jerky reaction with people. And they knew that they had to stay secret, because if there was a known refuge of these Antarctica Germans after World War II, with all the high-tech science and technology at their disposal, then there would be a full-on assault to get them out. So they had to be quiet. And because the Americans got their ass handed to them in the Battle of High Jump, we had to be quiet, especially after the 1952 flyover of Washington, D.C., which at the time, most ufologists thought we're being invaded by UFOs, where all the while it were the Antarctica Germans that could fly pole to pole at incredible speeds, as Admiral Byrd said in the El Mercurio newspaper article right after the Battle of High Jump. So it all kind of ties into this frozen ice continent, and even up here with the Bush family and the how we can see this creeping fascism enter this country. It's that same ideology that's now generations in the making.
So here's 286 in your book, Secrets of Antarctica. Allies. We defeated the Nazis. And the Nazis say, well, Werner von Braun, head of NASA, Walter Hallstein, head of EU Commission, Adolf Heisinger, NATO's chief of staff, Kurt Waldheim, Secretary General of the United Nations, and heads of NATO have been former German officers for a long time. So that's and still to this day. So former German officers, who knows if, well, I think we know, they haven't really gone away, and they moved into all kinds of heads of positions. And like we were talking about, George H.W. Bush, or Schurf, who was born in Germany, was the head of the CIA and has a road. I remember I used to go down this road every time I'd go to the CIA and get my missions and head off overseas headquarters, George H.W. Bush Boulevard. So, and he was the head of the CIA, and then of course the president of the United States. So we had a German, descendant from a Nazi. So that was, running the United States and CIA. Crazy.
You said the N word, not me.
That's right. We can say it in here, but I guess you can't put it on the title. Okay. Who knows? Maybe they'll come in and say, oh, AI. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how the censorship has moved to a different arena now.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. we got something else going. But all the whole pharmaceutical industry, you can also see, was a byproduct of Germany in the 1930s and 40s.
Right.
Bayer, Monsanto, the list goes on. How many companies have also merged in here? And see, that was part of the plan, even when they knew the war was going to end in 1943, when they started getting all the material and personnel out. And then shortly thereafter, all the rest came down in the U-boats, which over 100 are missing. We did a really great talk a couple of years ago about how advanced those German U-boats were.
Oh yeah.
And you can just kind of see and put that in the place of these flying discs, a pressurized cabin under extreme conditions outside of it, are able to function, fly, and float. It was David Hatcher Childress who told me one time, he said, even in our corps of submariners, they're looking for orphan young men that then can be recruited after their duty in submarines up into our secret space program, because they're already used to those kind of confined and pressurized environments.
Yeah, good point. Yep. Wow. And I've talked about that on several other shows. That's fascinating stuff. But tying it all together, those submarines. I think you mentioned in your book there was one that had like gone into underground tunnels and all kind of crazy stuff and came out the other side and of the world or something. Like crazy.
Yeah, the book called The Smoky God, a story of two 19th a father and son, written as a nonprofit book, because they were already living in northern Norway, and then so just above that are some Arctic Circle islands, and they sailed beyond those and entered in the North Pole. And this is according to the book, went all the way through the under ocean zones with continental land masses and came out in the southern pole region under the ice, all the while meeting with these very tall human-like beings that lived in this underworld. And there's even illustrations of what they looked like, 2-3 times the size of these guys, looking way up to them. And in the book, The Smoky God, they also say that these giants would occasionally come up through this hole and navigate across the Drake Passage to South America. And they became the Patagonian giants. In my new book, I have a whole chapter on the Patagonian giants. And this was at the urging of my good friend Hugh Newman, who does a whole lot of megalithic and books on the giants. He said, dude, you got to put in the Patagonian giants, because they're just this huge subspecies, all but gone now. Unfortunately, they call them the Fuegoan Indians for Terra del Fuego, but all but gone. However, I'll tell you, Michael, and I'm a real tall guy myself, when I was down there, the tallest people I met were white Argentinians that are still like maybe cross breeding, but a few generations later, still a tall breed of people down there.
Yeah. So in your book too, there's a little spot where Magellan had interactions when he was doing his around the world, passage. So he went down in that area you're talking about right now, and he encountered them, and he said that they came up to their waist.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. Their shoulders came up to the giant's waist. So again, about twice the size of some of these shorter guys. And that was the historian Pigafetta, who is one of only a dozen or so survivors of the final ship of Magellan. I've been to Mactan Island, where the battle took place, where he died. And Pigafetta, but he got out injured, and then they eventually completed the passage. Only ship called La Victoria, which there's a replica of it in San Julian Bay, where they encountered the Patagonian giants.
Wow.
And only came up to their shoulder. 2 of the ships mutinied from San Julian Harbor. They thought Magellan was crazy and was going to sail off the edge of the earth. Plus, they couldn't find that passage between Patagonian and Terra del Fuego, until finally another one of Magellan's ships made its way through, reported back, and then another boat sunk on the Patagonian coast, and then 2 made it to the Philippines. I think that 4th one was lost in the Philippines, and only the La Victoria made it back.
Wow. So do you think these giants are remnants of a, former, when the Atlantean, whatever, civilization where we're more advanced, and, what are your thoughts?
Oh yeah. And then part of that South America trip 7 years ago was to see, there's a big long-headed guy with his red hair still intact.
Yep.
Cover beyond esoteric. The elongated giant skulls in Paracas, Peru. There's a whole museum of them.
Right.
And we saw them in the Sacred Valley of Peru, not far from Cusco, the ancient capital of the Incan people who built upon the pre-Incan people. And they were buried in royal tombs. The one we saw was an adolescent whose head was as big as its torso.
Wow.
So I mean, just think of the Vitruvian Man by Michelangelo, or by Da Vinci.
Leonardo, yeah.
Yeah, when he's got his hands out like he's doing a jumping jack. The proportion of the human body is so much different, because these ones had these ginormous heads, and you can see the way it sticks out there.
Yeah.
So they were of South America. They're actually been found around the world too. But what makes it so fascinating in what we're talking about in these Patagonian giants is that there was this long history of them living in South America among the indigenous people. And this is also reminiscent of Easter Island with the tall Maui statues, that the very first Dutch who sailed around through there following the Magellan Straits to get to the Pacific stumbled upon Easter Island on Easter Sunday. And at the time, they wrote how they saw 2 distinct people. They were very, very tall, white-skinned, red-hairish kind of, and then the indigenous, smaller, browner-skinned people who were the Polynesians. But there was also a tall tribe that lived on Easter Island. And the Moai, those statues, are all based on this tall tribe. Because the next time that Cook came around, some 40 years later, the Dutch that first landed there, they needed to trade with them, and they bartered with the smaller Polynesians gunpowder and cannon. And by the time Cook came back around, Captain Cook, about 40 years later, everything had changed on Easter Island. There was a massive famine. They knocked over all the statues, and they had used the gun and the gunpowder and cannon to kill them off. So there was, there's a little remnant of that. I have it in my book, Sacred Places Around the World, that account of Easter Island and how the Moai were part of it. So that's what's cool about this area of the world, Michael. It's that whole quadrant in the Southern Hemisphere that we really don't know a whole lot about. And it turned out to be a great hiding place for this Fourth Reich, or this third force, to then set up shop, because they kept paying off all these corrupt politicians. And our own CIA was even involved with getting some of these corrupt fascist politicians into office, such as Pinochet in Chile, who they deposed a democratically elected, very popular president to put him in. So then after Perón, he was very, very corrupt. He was the one that let all the Germans in after the war. And then Hitler had his house near Bariloche, and I've been to Germany several times. This was like walking into a Bavarian town. I mean, it was so Germanic. Yeah, and the beautiful soaring Andes Mountains, which looked like the Alps. And so Hitler had his hideaway house called the Anelko House. I got as close as I could, but it's like in the ultimate gated community. But that show, Hunting Hitler, they did 2 episodes where they got very, very close, and actually landed at the Anelco house. And they showed the seaplane launch point. So if the authorities were ever moving in through Argentina, they could evacuate very quickly and fly over to Chile and ostensibly South America. So got these maps that I'm including in the new book you're showing that
Yeah.
are really going to blow the lid off of how advanced and how knowledgeable the Germans were in making their way under the ice. And you know how exact the Germans are with everything. If they say 53.5 meters, that's exactly what they mean, right?
Yeah, there seems like we talked about Antarctica or Atlantis, and there's these massive pyramids that are down there. They're probably the oldest pyramids on the Earth. If you look at them, probably Atlantean. So there was obviously different ET races, I believe, that were here during that time frame because we were more. We talk about how we're going 5-dimensional. I think they were probably 5-dimensional, and we got knocked down. So a negative ET race, reptilians came in, and so I get punished for saying that reptilians in these videos
Really?
too. Yeah, Draco reptilians. La, la, la. So it is. Yeah, I know, probably gonna lose another channel here, but there's definitely a connection with that time frame in Atlantis and where they they probably like now they were on the roast and we were waking up and waking each other up with this information like we're sharing right now, and they're like just knocked hell out of us. So I think we need to really be cognizant that this has happened before in history. Now we look at all the megalithic structures throughout the world, and I think Egypt they were like almost unearthing a 100-ton block of what was it? Obelisk. Thank you. And then in Syria, they had a mega stone that was like just the biggest one they'd ever had before, and so on and on. So even like Easter Island, they were working on one of those Easter Island heads that was bigger, like twice as big, 2 or 3 times bigger than all the other ones that they had on the island at the time. And then it just stopped. All of it stopped. So it's very interesting. Was it because of some kind of event or like maybe like you're talking about the people got wise to these evil ETs and started taking them out. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Underneath the ice, deep underground military bases. You talked about how this German group of people came up and were like the dumbs at 10K. We've talked. Other people talk about it. I don't know if we've talked about it, but it seems like they're blowing up dumbs at 10K.
Right.
10 kilometers down. A lot of people out there are earthquakes, but they're just like one time, boom, and it's done. So it's like, there was probably a base just got taken out. And then you were talking about last time where these Germans randomly came up and you needed help or something.
Yeah, they were evacuating from somewhere they wouldn't tell, but they showed up at McMurdo in the middle of winter. This was reported by Linda Moulton Howe. Some of her whistleblowers told her, as well as Michael Sala, Exopolitics Today, who does Antarctica research. They both confirmed that 2.5, well, now going on almost 3 years ago, because when we go into our winter, they're coming out of their summer. They're starting their summer. So the travel season for Antarctica is actually starting now in November to early March. And so these guys showed up around July at McMurdo. Nobody know how they came on overland, some cats. And that's how you basically travel over the polar plateau and how they move supplies is with the snow cats that you would see at any ski resort that can plow the ski fields. They use those quite a bit, and they link them up in chains.
Wow.
And so it's presumed these guys came all the way across the polar plateau from the New Schwabenland region where they just had these massive earthquakes in that area, but more towards the Palmer Peninsula and a connection point to South America. Gene Decode was talking about that too.
Right.
It's about 2.5 years ago. Yeah, 10-kilometer down, 6-point something earthquakes in several locations, and along a line too.
Yep, the tunnels. Yep.
So it appears these guys, these Germans, they were getting out of there in a hurry. Perhaps they had lost their connection to the outside world and showed up there asking for relief and to fly out to Christchurch, New Zealand as soon as possible.
And I'm sure that was just all covered up. They were like, "Oh yeah, we could help you," and then it's like they probably somebody stepped in at some point. It's like, "Yeah, we got control of this. We don't want you to talk about this," and that's the kind of the way those usually work out. So, I've interestingly, when I worked for the CIA, we would go through Germany, and the Germans were really they didn't like us coming through. So there is a they leaned on us really hard, and we had to have a real good cover story. And I remember, they were questioning everybody and trying to get some kind of angle on us. And I was like, wow, I guess they're no longer like the old Nazis, or maybe just this group isn't. But it was like, and then I still hear that there's people that have these underground shelters where they have all the Nazi memorabilia, and they go down there and they have groups to come down. It's like, wow. So some people still support all that, obviously.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot. Seems like a lot of the German people have broken free. I wonder how much. Now, you talk about how Germany before World War II, they were very into the spiritual stuff, and they were traveling all over the world. Tell us a little bit about that. And they were channeling and tapping into some very interesting information, ETs and stuff.
Oh yeah, then it's really where even the Third Reich gets its formation, because the Thule Society was formed during World War I, and some of the early adherents were none other than the mustache guy, Himmler, Hess, and several others who became very high-ranking in that organization. And they were very interested in all the ancient lore, legend, even artifacts of previous civilizations, some that had done very well by conquering the European homeland. And that's what the First Reich and the Second Reich were. The First Reich was with the great German general who ruled out of Aachen, Germany, named Charlemagne. And he had in his possession the Spear of Destiny, which was the spear that pierced the side of Jesus on the cross. Mm-hmm. And any army that were to carry the Spear of Destiny would be invincible. So the very first thing that the mustache guy did when they annexed Austria in 1938 into the Third Reich was to acquire the Spear of Destiny, which was in the Habsburg Museum in Vienna, Austria. And at the end of the war, there's a very interesting story about how Patton's army, I think it was the 6th Army, found it in just like a bank vault, a very unlikely place to find it when all the gold was missing. But here's the Spear of Destiny. But they think the SS put a decoy on, and instead the real deal went down to Antarctica with other priceless artifacts. And that has gained the Fourth Reich their invincibility in what they've been doing as this third force.
And that excellent movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, where, we've talked about this before, Indiana Jones and, the Nazis, World War II, trying to find the Ark of the Covenant. So that was, that's basically just giving us little clues, little breadcrumbs, of, what that was all about during that time frame. So, and then of course in the movie, just put it in a box and they put it in a huge warehouse. No, it went to Antarctica if they ever found it, or I think there was many Ark of the Covenants, but if they did find one, it's probably down there. So that's their new base, and so they're talking to these ET races, channeling Maria. What was her name? Yeah,
Maria
so she.
Olympic.
Yep. Yeah, so she's doing the channeling and bringing information from Aldebaran or something.
Yep.
And so that's how they got the Bell and some of these other high-tech craft, and that could probably, and of course they stole Nikola Tesla's information because they had Curious George W. Bush, H.W. Bush, that was in there
Yep.
spying around while his dad was doing the accounting. So yeah, there's lots of information that these guys have stolen.
Right.
A lot of great information. Of course, the Germans are exceptional engineers.
Yeah.
In their own right. But they're so, and then you throw in some high tech on top of that, and they took off.
And then that's where the Vril Society steps in. They too were just after World War I, as you mentioned, with the women with the very long hair that felt it would help with their ability to telepathically communicate with Aldebaran. And it was the famous German engineer Victor Schauerberger who looked at some of the drawings that the women had produced from these seances or these telepathic connections. And he said, this is workable intelligence. We can put this with our engineering corps and start designing this stuff. So in the 19 teens, Germany, as you said, was extremely advanced technologically. And then they started getting these blueprints and drafts that they realized, wow, we've got some incredible technology at our hands. That was when the Thule Society took over the Vril Society and then started weaponizing these blueprints, these plans that they had. Plus, the Germans also acquired a down disk in 1933 in the Black Forest. Now, that was pretty broken up, but they were still able to backward engineer and start to understand a lot of the flying dynamics of these things. But then in the late 1930s, a nearly intact UFO went down in the Lombardy region of Italy, and Mussolini allowed the German engineers to use it to backward engineer. So they had this incredible head start. They've been working on this stuff for a century now. So no wonder that the Allies were so worried about these wonder weapons at the end of World War II that they could unleash and just annihilate a whole flank of troops.
Yeah. So and then they have then they have the ET, the negative ET race that comes in and helps them out. So the Aldebaran, is that the where the Draco from?
No, they're actually benevolent ETs. They're the ones who
The Aldebaran, huh?
Yeah, Alex Collier has a connection with as well.
Okay.
So as soon as they started to go to the dark side, Aldebaran cut them off. But the Nazis still wanted to get this more technology, and then that's when they made the deal with the devil and became allied with the Draco and the gray ETs, which are basically they're all just test tube created. All the grays are. They're a mix, even including some of our DNA, and that supposedly that's why they're here, because they're a dying race and they're trying to save themselves. But really, they're all just created beings that do not have a soul. The reptilians have a soul, and the reptilians are still mother female born entities, but they have chosen not to go to the light, so to speak. The reptilians stay in fourth dimensional and third dimensional density because they like it here, and they like playing these games, and they like to be the rulers. And the reptilians are like locusts throughout the universe. And if they have a up and coming civilization like ours, then they hive mind it and do their best to assimilate with few amounts of people, but doing macro things. And in this case, allying with the Germans. And they actually made the Faustian deal. The Germans took it in that if they were to win, that they would get a quarter of the Earth's resources, the reptilians the rest. But things didn't work out that way. And then they moved operation down to Antarctica. And it's said that when Schirmacher put his plane to land the men to go ashore, they already had an idea of where to go, because they were going to find an older reptilian base that they could then refurbish and make their own, that was basically given to them. So all the while, the reptilians have had this kind of background role, not only with the Antarctica Germans, but also was it their craft that came up out of the water to confront Admiral Byrd in Operation High Jump? There's still running debate whether in early 1947 the Germans had that technology to fly from up out of the water and then long distances. But sometimes the insignia was seen on the craft, including when Admiral Byrd, in his diary, flying down into this inner Earth area, said there was swastika-like emblems on the craft. So it could very well be that they were already that advanced that they could then enter their discs into battle, which some kind of flying disc did in the Battle of High Jump, which is a big part of my book and depicted on the cover as well. So that's what makes this all so interesting, is because the history we've been told is not the history that we get. And I think if history were truly to be told, you would have the Antarctic Germans being the first men to land on the moon and even colonize Mars. And that's the Nachtwaffen, the Dark Fleet, which at the end of my book, Secrets of Antarctica, I go into how their whole secret space program continued with the very advanced science of a century ago, and were then able to even transverse throughout our solar system and even set up colonies. Because when our first astronauts went around the dark side of the moon, they spotted the Nazi base, which happens to be in the shape of a swastika. So they beat our guys there by at least 20 years. Probably in the 1940s, were making their first trip there. So they were very capable of using these dish-shaped craft, and could very well have been the craft that confronted the Central Armada of ships in the Battle of High Jump.
Yeah, so there's been other shows out there. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. I remember watching this as a kid, and it really looked. And this submarine could dive all the way down to the bottom of the sea.
Yeah,
And it had this flying craft that came out of it. And I always thought, of course we're going to be seeing that soon, but I guess they like to keep this information from us. And that's one of the problems that we're encountering. They steal information from those of us that are, tapped into source, because they can't tap it, and they steal information from us. I have some authors, several authors that are going to come on and talk about how their information was stolen. The Matrix, the Saving Private Ryan. The woman, she was the real Saving Private Ryan. She talked to this one guy, and he basically took her information and wrote the book, and then they did the movie. So they're in so many different areas. They do this stuff, films, and like we're just talking right now, and other areas, technology. Someone comes up with hydrogen, which is basically going to be the future. Hydrogen will absolutely be the future. It already is here. I saw hydrogen on submarines when I was working in the Navy. Very, very effective. But they've kept that from us. So if someone comes up with a hydrogen water based vehicle, and they come and it's like, oh, we're gonna take this technology and give it to everybody, and they just take it and go away with it. And that's one of the things they just keep doing. They keep stealing the technology, like Tesla, free energy and so forth. Where do you think this is going?
Yeah, strange new world is where it's going. It's already there. Yeah. But wow, this is a time to be alive, to see it all start to come down. Because on the other hand, you also have the Great Awakening, where people are starting to see through this very finely crafted facade built up by the intelligence sources, by our mainstream media, to create this narrative. But the cracks are forming, and part of the Great Awakening is having the intuition, as you write about in your books, awakening to this intuition to be able to see through this facade that has been so carefully created. It showed Bill Gates making this face like, oh, of abject horror. And it says, that face you make when a meme destroys your multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign, because people just start to see right through it. And we're starting to see that there was this third force all the while, based out of Antarctica and South America, in these micro nations where they just own these huge land tracts down there. And that's part of where some of the hardware went, including this area near La Falda, which had the Eden Hotel that Hitler and Eva Braun and even their dog Blondie famously showed up at several times after World War II. And not far from there, though, Michael, there's this other mountain range in southern South America called the Sierra del Cordoba, near the second largest city, Cordoba. And on the southern end of that mountain range is this very famous UFO hotspot. It's even written up in Lonely Planet that people get abducted there, and these UFO craft leave burn marks on the ground, and people have seen them, and they're coming and going out of this mountain all the time for decades. So I come back from the trip, and I'm so eager to tell David Hatcher Childress this. And he also does a lot of work and books on German high technology and crafts and forth. I got one of his right here about the Honeyboo craft, that these were the main crafts that flew, that they developed in World War II and then went on. And he thinks it was the Honeyboo craft that people were seeing and reporting in the Sierra del Cordoba mountain range. I said, well, how do you think that? He's like, Brad, those aren't aliens. Those are the Germans. They had an underground base there. And this is when they're testing their technology. He said, do you really think that real UFOs would have rivets in them and sometimes be seen with smoke coming out or leave burn marks? He goes, that wasn't aliens. It was the Antarctic or South American Germans, the Third Force, the Fourth Reich, all this time, which have basically been written out of our history. And only now are we starting to put enough pieces together that shows that they've been around the whole time, just like they've been in New Schwabenland the whole time in Antarctica. They never left.
Yeah. And I see in your book that you have tons of stuff on ET craft that's under, just above, kind of under the ice, but kind of peeking out, and they found all this stuff. It's like, it's incredible. And of course, Hollow Earth under there. There's like a whole, because there's so much volcanic activity there. There's like, you just go below the level of the ice, and it's like a whole world down there.
Right. So just like the sonar scans of the Giza Plateau a couple months ago, they've been doing that on the ice, which is actually easier to penetrate because it's not as dense as Earth, but finding that there are whole ecosystems that exist under the ice. As you mentioned, the geothermal activity, the continent of Antarctica is the most volcanically active continent in the world, with all kinds of heating domes and vents where life loves to flourish. And so at the very least, they're finding it's a whole new ecosystem down there, but also that there could have been these legacy bases that have been down there, as well as some high-tech civilizations, such as Admiral Byrd writes about in his diary, which is only getting more verification as time goes on. In fact, there's just a new video that's been popping up that shows this guy who was working in intelligence, and he wanted to go to the National Archive to see these pictures that they had from Admiral Byrd's trip, that he took over 300 pictures that they will not release to the public. But Admiral Byrd writes about it in his diary that he goes to this shimmering, pastel colored, high-tech civilization and meets with the master, who's telepathic. He said he was reading his thoughts. And this is where it gets really interesting, because like William Cooper said, you put the aliens in the middle of this stuff and you get all the answers. So you really have to factor in the extraterrestrial component here, even if they're very advanced human-like entities that look very much like us. There's a model kit of the Honeyboo 2 from Revell. You used to make plastic model toys, I'm sure, Michael. I did.
Oh yeah.
You can't even buy these in Germany right now. Childers had this one. He ordered it from Turkey because they have outlawed anything with the swastika or even the black sun symbol, and anything that could glorify the Third Reich is outlawed in Germany.
And on YouTube.
So I'm going over to Germany in May, and I'm going to do this conference presentation I have of the Antarctica Germans.
Wow.
Having these colonies there still to this day, and we'll see how I'm received. Hopefully I'll be able to make it out. But it's time the world knows how advanced they were, how this part of history has not been told, and how much evidence there is to support it. And there's the symbol of the black sun, which plays a big role in the underground. And that too is still an outlawed symbol, like the swastika, in Germany today.
And this was on the floor of that castle.
The Wee Weaselberg Castle.
Yep, right here.
Yeah, I have that in my book too. And when I go over there, I'm going to meet up with Frank Jacob, filmmaker, and his girlfriend Tanya Madenford, and they have found the Bavarian hunting lodge where the Vril women were receiving those transmissions. So we're going to go there, and we're going to go to Wee Weaselberg Castle and go see.
Really?
Yep.
Nice.
In May. So I'm going to do a little field trip. Where is he now? Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Wow, you do so good with that.
Well, we're both speaking at the Alien Conference in March down in LA, if anybody wants to come. This is the map of Wee Weaselberg Castle, which is the point of the tip of the spear. Think again, Spear of Destiny. And that's where the SS and all their occultic practices would do these ginormous festivals. And they were planning that this was going to be the mother of all Aryan inspired festivals at Wee Weaselberg Castle. But the war ended before they finalized the larger grounds around Wee Weaselberg, which was going to be in the shape of a spear.
And in Aachen, that Charlemagne had his tomb, and he was supposedly it was like this giant of a man, and so the Nazis went in. It had been undisturbed, but the Nazis had to know, so they went in, they opened it up and looked, and it's like, I guess it wasn't as big as everybody thought it was, but that's kind of the way they were. Like we're talking about, they were going everywhere and exploring everything and finding out all kind of crazy stuff. And they suppress it. Yep. They find out and they suppress it, and they teach us stupid stuff in school. So
Right.
we can never get to these levels that they're at because we're taught stupid stuff.
How many genders, perhaps,
Yeah,
instead
exactly.
of
So it's
who
another
runs the
you know,
Fourth Reich, which we should
curveball.
really be
You
learning.
know, more curveballs to like keep everybody dumbed down and focus on other things that will not let us advance. But it's not working out. We're definitely advancing.
Victory of the light, and I think humans win in the end. I think it's a Bible verse that says, "In the end, God wins. The light will win. We will prevail." But we got to go through this dark night of the soul, where we basically look at our reflection of who we are, and this is part of the story of who we are. Humans have done some really dark, demented stuff to each other over the centuries, and in order for us to then move up to these higher vibrational dimensional states, we've got to basically confront ourselves and what we've done. And each one of us in past lives too is all going to be part of this reckoning. And that's how, when we get through this dark night of the soul, then it will be the light at the end of the tunnel. And I do think there is a golden age in store for the human race.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's what I love doing. That's why one of the reasons why I love doing shows with you, because some of this is heavy information, but learning this opens us up to the future. Because if we don't learn this stuff, this dark side, we can't go to the next level.
Yep.
And that's one of the reasons why they suppress it so hard.
Yep.
So there's dark and there's light. You can focus on the light, but you have to learn from the dark too. And that's one of the things that we're finding through this craziness that's out there.
Right. And part of this great awakening, Michael, I'm sure you'll agree, is when you do align yourself with the light and the truth and start to really hone in that intuition and that inner knowing of who you are, the know thyself. And when you do start to only speak the truth and only be in service to others and only do your very best to help heal this donkey of a planet that's been abused so hard, can we finally start to see this for what it really is? I think that's the nature of William Blake's quote: when you cleanse the lens of perception, then you see the world the way it really is. The doors of perception. That's where the band The Doors got their name from, that William Blake quote. And that's kind of how I see it. And that's where a lot of sometimes my information and research comes from, that inner knowing as well, or being able to put these dots together in a coherent way. And then you see, oh, that's what it's all about. All these things do really interconnect. And this part of this lost history of the Germans playing a much larger role in the world post World War II than almost anybody has any idea they have.
Yeah, they're pretty much ruling the world for a great part. So you have a fantastic website, bradolsen.com. That's spelled with OSEN.
Olsen.
Yeah. Olsen.
I don't know if I told you the story though, but one day at Christmas dinner about 20 years ago, my 95-year-old grandmother, in a shocking statement, says to everyone, "Your last name isn't really Olsen." We're like, "What?" She said, "Your great grandfather, when he came over here, he was on a boat full of really wealthy Danish people." And in Denmark, Olsen, the way it's spelled my way, is a very popular name in Denmark. And he goes, she says, "Your real last name is Rasmussen." And he just changed it when he got to Ellis Island because he wanted the Olsen family to be successful, like the Danes. Wow, Grandma, thanks for dropping that bomb on dinner. Hey, that's who it is.
All right. Wow. So that's good stuff. You have keep coming out with these great books. You travel the world. You bring out this great information. Soon you're going to be traveling to Germany. Wow. And bringing out more information.
And the Bosnian Pyramid in June for the Bosnian.
Really?
Yeah. With Dr.
Oh,
Sam.
wow.
And I'm going to the UK next month for the Basis Project. So 3 trips to Europe in the next half year.
Wow.
And Beyond
That's
Esoterics
great.
now out in the 2nd edition. A lot of the information I was talking about today is from that. And Secrets of Antarctica will be out by the end of the year. But I should be getting advanced copies in another week or 2. So as soon as they go live on CCC Publishing, that means I'll have books to send out to people who want to order a copy. But I don't have it up there yet, but it should be up this week, I think. And the new books are almost done from the printer and off to our distributor. So that's good news. It's all moving
Yay.
forward. And now it's just time to share a lot of this information with people. So thank you so much for having me on. Always a great pleasure to talk to you. We have so much of this kind of inside information that you and I and our perspective paths in life have accumulated. So it's great to come together and conjoin what you know and what I know and have these conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'd love to go on that trip with you to the Bosnian Pyramid. Maybe we can talk about that. Tracy too, I'm sure, would be game for that.
Billy
So,
Carson's
yeah,
on that
so-
one too.
Great information as always, Brad. Always enjoy our conversations. It's like you've been revealing things that now people are starting to catch up with years ago. And now everybody's talking about the Antarctica, the Nazis down there, or the German Antarcticans. So, Antarctic Germans. So there is a big movement to awaken consciousness, and you've been part of it. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Michael. Look forward to seeing you this winter and enjoying some of that snow behind you with
Absolutely.
my skis underfoot. Say hi
All
to
right.
Tracy, Joe, and we'll catch you soon.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, buddy.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Department of Homeland Security is going to Charlotte. All right. So immigration enforcement surged to Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, some of you might remember that very strange incident that happened on the commuter train where this Ukrainian refugee, a felon, I think it was like had 12 felons or something crazy. I said it was like complete BS, right? But I guess they're using that as, or maybe they use that as an excuse to basically you need to go in there and take care of business. So, I pretty much support all of that. But when I look at how they're using that, I'm like, why? All right. We already have problems. So what do you need to like throw in this? I have seen the horrific video of a beautiful young Ukrainian refugee who came to America to escape the vicious war in Ukraine and was innocently riding the metro in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was brutally ambushed by a mentally deranged lunatic, right? So 14 times. So a total of 14 times. Cassius Bell. What the hell was he doing riding the train and walking the streets? Criminals like this need to be locked up. POTUS, right? So that is it's interesting how they're tying this in with the crime-infested city of Charlotte. So what else is really going on there, right? Why are they using that as an excuse maybe to go in to Charlotte? Well, if there's criminal aliens in there, definitely. So I don't know. So I just watch everything. That's very suspect to me. Border Commander Greg Bovino has officially been spotted on the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina, where helping his men immediately began arresting illegals. The local Democrats are mad. The surge has arrived, no slowing down. So I don't know. Maybe they're taking away the Democrat, their voting base. I don't know, because no one else votes for them. So somehow, some way, there was plenty of a voting base, or they created a voting base in Seattle, because there was a woman that won. She's a socialist, Katie Wilson. Now, you guys probably know that I mentioned her several times in other shows, that she's probably going to be selected, right? So they were doing the mail-in ballot counting. So they already had a Democrat mayor, and he was up for re-election. He initially won the election, and then, of course, the far left socialists that are taking over the Democrat Party, did the slow count. So they slowly counted while they're making sure no other ballots come in, and she barely won. Sounds like Joe Biden, right? Sounds like Joe Biden. Just barely winning in all those states after weeks of counting. Right? So the election stuff, I had guests on last night where we talked about in Shasta County how they did away with the Dominion voting machines. They voted them out. Now, will they vote them out in every county of the U.S.? They can. So it's up to. I think most of these counties are full of socialists already, so I don't think they're going to vote it out, guys. So we all said last night, all of us, Louis Herms, who's running for California governor, and the 2 Shasta County registrars for the voting process, that it's got to be military. President Trump has to make a declaration, and they have to go in and they have to fix this, because we're going to continually see more and more socialist Democrats and so forth that aren't elected are going to start to come into more and more offices, especially in 2026. If it doesn't happen by 2026, then say bye-bye to America, right? And then, of course, 28, we will absolutely say goodbye to America if it hasn't been done by then. So I don't know what the holdup is, but it's going to have to be done. We're moving. Maybe it's just like we just have to expose this stuff so that people can see. So Seattle candidate pulls ahead in mayoral race. A little more than a week after socialist New York City mayor elected Zohran Mamdani took the reins of the nation's largest city. I think this is like the 5th largest city on the West Coast. So she's never held a public office. So she's perfect for the job, right? My God. So she's a progressive activist who operates a small nonprofit called the Transit Riders Union. The Transit Riders Union. That's her claim to fame. And she's held jobs. She was a barista, made the coffee. What else did she do? So, boatyard worker, apartment manager, lab technician, baker, construction worker, and legal assistant. Now, I believe that anyone should, from any walk of life, should be able to like step up and be elected, right? But I'm very, very skeptical of some of these people becoming elected, especially in this political climate where if you don't have a lot of money to get yourself ahead, it's very, very suspect. So I don't know. Did they spend a lot of money on her? If she had a lot of money behind her, that would be very suspect, because she depends on her parents to help her and her husband to pay for child support, because it's like really expensive, $2,200 a month. And who knows how much she and her husband make? I don't know. So she's going to do. She, of course, doesn't like police, right? Like all the socialists. So she's going to do with. Remember how when we had the George Floyd riots, Seattle, there was a portion of Seattle where rioters took over the Seattle. They put up barriers and all kind of crazy stuff. The people that had businesses there were scared to come in there because there was all these criminals in there. And so, yeah, that's socialism, guys. So I guess Seattle hasn't found out. So the problem is our economy in the world, we're pretty much in a, I think we're in a recession already. So that's why we're having a lot of the young people that are saying, they can't make ends meet. We're in a recession, right? Of course, they hide that and usually don't find that out until months after the recession has started. But I think we're already in one. By all accounts, everything that's happening right now, everything's crazy. I saw David Wilcock of he's been in Colorado, holed up in this house for like 3 years. Get divorced from his wife, so he's been living alone and doing shows, and he's not looking so good. Right? So looks like he lost a lot of weight. David, what's going on, man? So I was watching him, and he said, "Yeah, I had I guess he had problems with his bowels, right?" So and he said he went to his local food store where he shops. I think he's a vegan. So he went there to shop, and in his words, the local supermarket could not afford to buy stock. So he had to make do with what he had. Wow. And well, of course that's Colorado, so it doesn't surprise me. The way they're holding Tina Peters and trying to, hold that whole state hostage. So the people in the farmers and ranchers and the real people, they don't believe in the socialism stuff. They know that Denver and other big cities are collapsing. It's happening all over the country right now, and it's because of Democrats, right? Socialism has never worked, yet they're pushing it because the people that are at the top of socialism make out better than everybody else to become billionaires, like the Maduro's families. They're billionaires, and their economy has collapsed, and the only way they keep it going is through drug trafficking. So that's what we're seeing in a lot of these cities, and that's what we saw, I believe, in Chicago. We're seeing it in Chicago, LA, and now Charlotte, North Carolina. So these Democrat cartel run, so just like Venezuela, cartel run, Mexico, cartel run. That's why everybody's rioting down in Mexico. They put up these walls. I saw them arcing where they're welding them together. All these metal walls in front of the palace, they're all torn down now, right? So, and the people are rioting, and who knows how long the people in the palace are going to be able to stay there. I don't know. So, it's happening all over the place. We're tired of the cartels running the show, and the cartels are the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party are running the cartels. They're part of it. So, and everywhere, of course, in these Democrat cities, because the cartels are bringing in drugs by massive amounts. It's not going to end unless we have President Trump eventually come in with the military. All right. So scrutiny grows over LA fire origins after bombshell report. Our Pearl Harbor moment. Reports that fire crews were ordered to leave original site of blaze prompt tough questions for city and LAFD, Los Angeles Fire Department leaders, LAFD. LA Times published a series of bombshell revelations about the initial response to the first blaze. It's kind of like the same thing that happened in Lahaina, guys. They put the fire out. They made sure the fire was out. They stayed there long enough to make sure the fire was out, and they left, and then everything started burning, right? And then everything burned in a way that there's no way it could have burned, as we know, direct energy weapon. So now they're trying to shift the blame. They're trying to blame the fire department, but let's look at the evidence that massive buildings that are basically concrete and metal and brick burned and the trees that are all around them aren't touched. It's what part of stupid? It's like 9/11. You know, if a bird hits a plane, it crashes. But yet these planes like just disappeared into those buildings and blew up and caused massive fire, which dropped those buildings into their footprint. It's some people still believe that. It's just insane to me. I didn't believe it the moment I saw it. I didn't believe it the moment I saw it that all these places burning the way they were burning. But yet they're going to try and push the blame. It's can we have somebody that has some kind of common sense and sanity come in and start, and not these psychopaths run the show? So psychopaths are running the show. Oh, that's politics as usual. No, politics as usual should be they go bye-bye. All right, so Thomas Massie predicts 100 or more GOP members of Congress will vote to release Epstein files. So Trump came down on Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and both of them have really pushed the Epstein file stuff, which sounds good to me. Just release it, whatever. Let's see. Right. So no one's going to be held accountable, but let's look at it. Right. So, but for some reason, Trump doesn't want to focus on it. And so there's a lot of speculation of why he doesn't want to focus on it. Now, for me, I think Massie and Greene and several others are to be their rhinos. They're not going to get reelected. So they're trying to make a cause, right, that kind of goes along with the Democrat Party, which they're supporting now, it seems like. So co-sponsors of petition to release Epstein files foresee growing GOP support for upcoming vote. So we're going to see what this is going to do. So they've already released some of these files, some of these emails, and Epstein, while he was in court, was live texting a Democrat congresswoman. So that came out. So I don't know. It seems like they just want to just throw everybody under the bus and try and misdirect because they're losing everywhere. Well, not in Seattle and New York, but pretty much everywhere else. We're waking up to their corruption, and we're pushing back on it. I think we could have a deluge of Republicans. There could be 100 or more. I'm hoping to get a veto-proof majority on this legislation when it comes up for a vote. Massie said he thinks Trump is trying to protect a bunch of rich and powerful friends, billionaires, donors to his campaign, friends in his social circles, and told his fellow GOP lawmakers that the record of this vote will last longer. Now, I've seen where Massie and Greene have been at Democrat-led, free the Epstein files. And there were pictures of President Trump, Melania, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell. You know how they have that one picture where they're like together? Like Trump is probably I've taken pictures with a lot of people. So it is ridiculous. I think we're not going to. I think it's going to be a nothing burger for the most part. Because how are you going to convict these people? Because a lot of these people went through yes, there was negative things that were going there, but I think a lot of the people that went there were cover. Just like a lot of Democrats are cover for some of these people that are doing adrenochrome harvesting and child sacrifice and pizza parties and all kind of crazy stuff in the White House. So I don't know that it's going to really go very far at this point. At some point, if we get some, at this point, they have complete control of the judicial system, guys. Pretty much, almost complete control of it, and they have rhinos and they have Democrats and reptilians. Geez, it's a mess. It's a total mess. reptilians in the CIA. I talked to this woman. She's like, yeah, the first time I saw a reptilian at CIA headquarters, I was like, because you see it in their eyes. And they shape shift. So we have a reality that basically kind of like fades in and out. So when you focus your attention on manifesting, if you can hold your focus on manifesting something long enough, as the atomic structure, comes in and out, it will kind of focus that energy. Now with the reptilians, when they do the shape-shifting stuff, they're like, they get angry. It's hard for them to keep their shape. So if they get angry at something, you'll start to see them. They're not able to hold their focus. So that is what a lot of us have seen. I've seen them. Other people seen them. So I talked to this woman that worked at CIA. She's a lawyer and so forth at CIA headquarters, and she's like stunned. And she goes back to her office, and people are like, "What?" And she's like, "I think I just saw a reptilian." And she's like, "Yeah, we've all seen them. You'll get over it." Like, yeah, pretty much. So now he called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong, Green said during an interview on CNN State of the Union with Dana Bash. So she's been going on The View, which is very leftist. All right. That would be like me going to a Democrat party that, hammered Trump. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to do that. And I can hang out with Democrats and talk about all kind of stuff. But if they're going to have a party where they're going to hammer Trump, I'm like, I'm not going to that. But she's doing that kind of shit, and so is Massey. So they're not going to get reelected. All right, they're done. And so Trump knows that. So he's bashing them. And he's got to do it. He's got to do it, guys. We have to have. He went through this in 2016, all the way to 2020, where he had all the rhinos that were bashing him back then. Trump makes Indiana rhino state senators famous in blistering takedown as they defy him on redistricting. President Donald Trump weighed in on a pair of, you might have guessed, he wasn't very pleased with their actions. All right, Indiana's Republican Senate President Pro Tem Roderick Bray announced earlier this week that the chamber, controlled by the GOP, would not reconvene in December to vote on redistricting. Why? All right, so he railed against their politically correct cowardice. So this is what we're seeing the same thing from like 2016. Trump needs to come in and just slam these guys and get them out. Right? He was nice to these rhinos in the past, but this time he knows how to play the game. You go after them, you take them down, or they're going to take you down. All right. So that's what he saw in the last election cycle. So we're going to see them take it down. So if we look back in time, just refresh your memory. Remember Paul Ryan? He was the head. He was Speaker of the House. And he hated Trump. He's always talking shit about Trump. And he was seen when he finally left, when his time was done, and I guess a Democrat was elected because he wasn't going to. All these rhinos are like, I'm just here to help out the reptilians in the Democrat Party. So I'm just doing my thing, and then I get, a walled compound, which he had. And so all these people are like, no, we don't need a wall. And they have walls, right? Nancy Pelosi, Paul Ryan, all these people are like, we don't need walls. And they have walls, right? It's crazy. Even Paul Ryan, a Republican in name only, right? So rhino. So that's what we see with Green and Massey. And then all these other rhinos that are there in Ohio. So they have to be called out, guys. They have to be slammed. President Trump is very good at slamming people. Remember when he was running for president back in 2016 or so, and there was Marco Rubio. So he called him Little Marco. he's got a perfect name for all these people. It's like Little Marco. And so Little Marco didn't make it, but he came back, right? He came back. He was very supportive. And so that's what we've seen with some of these people. Now, Mitch McConnell, another one. Mitch McConnell, Rhino. Now, Mitch McConnell got out of line, and the deep state basically slammed him. He had a fall, right? So that's what happens. They fall down. They fall down. They get hurt. He fell down, and he got stitches. Got 20 stitches in his face. We'll smash your face if you don't start voting for us. So remember, Fetterman came out and was like, I don't think we should shut down. So he voted for not shutting down, and he got his face smashed. His face smashed for it. It's dirty politics, especially on the Dem side. John Fetterman. So John Fetterman, and he's got body doubles like crazy, right? All right, John Fetterman, come on. There it is. Yeah, he's got his little face smashy, and it doesn't even look like he's got cuts, or it looks like they took something that looked like blood and smeared it on his face. All right, so let's look at this nonsense. John Fetterman stitches. All right, here we go. All right, so there's a picture of not a John Fetterman, right? Let's see if I can get some more pictures, images. There we go. This looks like John Fetterman right there. Let's go. So the mini faces of John Fetterman. All right. So there's a little bit of crease to his nose there, but there's no, like he has like these crazy lines in his forehead. There's not any there. So you see this guy? Look at those lines in his forehead. Let me see if I can find one where he's got his nose is like super smashed. Come on, pull it up. All right, so see all the different looking John Fettermans here? Fetterman released from the hospital, and he's telling everybody, well, thank you very much for supporting me while I had my face smashed by the deep state. All right, so here he is right here. Now, where's the stitches? Yeah, Black Friday. Black Friday stuff already. So where's the cut? I'm not seeing a cut. That doesn't look like John Fetterman. Do you see like those wrinkles in his head? No. Do you see he's got this massive, looks like somebody hit him with a baseball bat right here. Yeah, that's almost a straight face. That's a straight nose, and he looks a lot younger, and his eyes aren't as bright. So I say bullshit, 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 as Ole Demigard would say. And look at that John Fetterman face. That's a young-looking John Fetterman. Look at that goofy smile. Look at those ears are way out there. So what the F do you guys play this game all the time? So here's a side-by-side of a goofy-looking John Fetterman and an even goofier-looking John Fetterman. So here he is with Wifey Poo. All right. So what they give these guys like nice looking wives or something, so they'll play the game. I don't know. So I was looking at one earlier. This one might be it. No. So you see he's got the tattoos. Come on. All right, so you kind of see how his nose is like pretty slammed right there. See all the wrinkles. So you don't see that side of the face wrinkle. He's, that could be the John Fetterman. That kind of looks like him. But let's go back and here's, all right. So he never did a debate, but yet he won. How about that? Yeah. Oh, those cheating Dems. Oh, those cheating Dems. Yep. And if you get out of line, they'll beat you up, slam you, right? Or if you're a rhino, you get out of line, they slam you, right? Mitch McConnell, he fell down. And remember when he fell down, he tried to talk. And he's like, and they're like, yeah, come over here. It'll take you over here. It's like Obama Biden. All right. So silver is in early stages of the bull market. Now, with the bull market, I believe that the bull market and stocks will go ridiculously higher. All right. We got a little bit of pullback, maybe a little bit more of a pullback. But like I've been saying, this thing's going to take off, guys. Yeah, we got a pullback in crypto. Probably crypto is going to go higher. It's going to be everything goes higher. And the bull market in silver is just beginning. So let me show you. Some people are very uninformed about this, so I love to help people make the wise choices that will help them go forward, because when the stock market crashes, it'll be the last thing to crash. So we're seeing the crash of everything, right? Everything's crashing, but the stock market has crashed the last couple of days. We'll see what happens on Monday and next week. But when everything crashes like that, the economy goes bad. And this is what we saw in the 70s and 80s. All right. So it was very, very tough time. Now in 2000, we saw the stock market crash because we had a .com bubble. We have an AI bubble right now. We saw in 2008, 2009, residential housing crash, market crash. We've already seen commercial real estate crash massively, and we're starting to see the process, and it's going to pick up speed of the residential market crash. And like you just heard from Dave Wilcock, his local grocer is not getting food. They can't afford it. So what's that? What's it going to do for the local community? There's no food to buy at the store. How about that? Wow. So we're already starting to move in these problems. Now, further out, we will see a collapse of a lot of government services. The government just will not be able to afford them anymore. Just every government service. Retirement, yeah. There may not be government retirement checks going out, guys. It could get that bad, right? So I don't think it's near term, but further out, we could see the stock market when we see the high in the stock market. Remember that number, because you won't see it again for probably a couple of decades, right? And you will see services collapse. You will see crazy stuff. Now, I believe there is a possibility that President Trump will mitigate some of that. I hope so. That's my belief. I don't know, but if you look at the numbers, you look at the past, it's not looking so good. Now, here is one. This is the U.S. dollar. So spot silver prices back in 1980, 2011, and the top silver prices. Now you see silver's already going higher, and it's going to go a lot higher. We're going to see, $500, $600 something silver at some point. Not tomorrow, not next year, but years out. If you can play the game another 4 or 5 years, add your positions. Now, here's where it says the secular bull market of the 1970s. The real price of silver rose by 1,860%. That's almost 19 times whatever it was. So if it was like $1, it went to $19. If it was $100, it went to $1,900. No, it was like 50 cents, $1, $2, something like that. And then it just blew up. So in 2000, and that happened over 98 months. That was fast. So in 2000, secular bull market, it gained 875% over 113 months. So far in the 2020s, it's only gone up 177% in just 37 months. So as you guys can see, based on these massive numbers from the past. Now, I believe that the April 2011 one was manipulated massively. They pressed the price down, and they pumped money into the system. So the stock market should have crashed quite a bit more, and it wasn't allowed to. So it was pumped back up, and that's why you had an interruption in the percentage of silver going up. So now look at this crazy one. This is the M2 money supply ratio. Now, this was where it topped in January 1980. It didn't hardly do anything because they came in and dumped money into the market. Now, because they didn't dump money into the market back here, we're still on the we weren't still on gold standard, but the 1970s bull market we were, but then we went off. Nixon took us off at 73 or something like that. So after that, everything blew up, right? The price just blew up. It was basically contained, but from that point on, it has gone crazy. So as you see, that was a crazy uptick. Now, the money supply, as you guys can see right now, is, well, very high. So here's another one. The debt ratio, as you see, massive. Back here in 2000, not a blip. 2011, barely a blip. And right now, barely a blip. So this is going to change because everything goes down this time. We will see a massive recession and probably depression. Right, so same thing, silver to Dow ratio. So you saw the big push in the 80s where the price of silver, became very close to the price of the Dow. And it didn't take as much. Now we're like yawn. It's like it takes a lot of silver to make the Dow. So that's what we're seeing right now. So we have a massive surge that's going to come, I think, from this point into next year. And then when the stock market crashes, probably the first quarter next year, it will crash probably 70 to 90% or more. Somewhere in that probably 80%, rounded out with all the different stocks. But some stocks will be a lot more. Some stocks will go to zero, of course. Crypto, who knows what's going on with that. I was buying silver for 5 silver eagles for $100, free shipping. Nice. So that's a good deal. You were, not now, huh? But yeah, so you got a good deal, and so you're looking pretty right now, or handsome, whatever you are, right? If you're a man or a woman, so, or if you're transgender, it doesn't matter. So I had a show with Brad Olson, and we were talking about how we've been dumbed down quite significantly in our schooling, and the reason for that is so that we won't be smart enough to take care of ourselves. So we have to depend on the government. But as you guys are seeing, if you were depending on the government over the last month and a half or so, that wasn't working out too good for your air traffic controller. You weren't getting paid, right? So not a good thing to depend on the government. Not a good thing to trust the government. Ask any Indian. They'll tell you. American Indians, no, you don't trust the government, right? They will promise, and then they will take it away. Right? Yeah. Get on that Trail of Tears. Yep. So that is one thing. Depend on yourself. Well, I mean, you can depend on me to help you. So make good decisions. We work together. So it is a team effort. But yeah, ultimately, you really need to be doing your own investigative work, your own critical research, and so forth. Otherwise, you're going to get caught flat-footed, right? When you get punched, gut punched by the coming problems. So let's look at things are already turning around for silver, of course. it looks like crypto is going to go up. So you crypto bros and sisters, you should be okay. I wouldn't be in it, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You know, you think you're going to like turn everything around by getting that one crypto coin that's going to like make the difference. And you get all these promises that, you know, I remember in the last Bitcoin cycle, they were saying $1 million. Everybody was saying $1 million. In this, you know, halving cycle, there wasn't so many calls for $1 million, but they were saying $250,000 and so forth. And then eventually it's going to go to $1 million. But yeah, everybody was like not believing in them this time around. So you didn't see Bitcoin really do that percentage wise. You didn't see it do a lot this year, I believe. Other ones did fairly good. XRP, which had been suppressed heavily, made a massive once it took the pressure off, and the government that was controlling things lost their control because President Trump came in. XRP was able to go big, right? It went from like 50 cents to $3. So it did really, really well. A lot of us made nice money on it. Will that happen again? Now, from this point right here, will XRP go to $6? It's possible. It's very possible. So, but that's a less than a 3x from where it's at. Silver, yes, you saw how much silver went up percentage-wise, right? So silver is it's a safe investment, and it's going to go multiple levels higher from where it's at. You know, not 3x, not 10x, maybe as much as 12, 15x from here. That's crazy. So you need to look at the thing that's going to help you. I want you guys to, you know, excel in this coming downturn and not get crushed, especially when the rioting starts and the cannibals are running around hunting for people to eat. You don't want to be caught up in that, right? You want to be in a good situation, right? So let me see if I can get this up and share it. This guy is really good. So yeah, you want to have your pals so the cannibals won't get you. Right? So craziness, right? We're in crazy times. It's going to get kind of hectic. All right, so let me see. I'm trying to get this in. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. So I want to share this one little clip. This is this guy. All right, very, very bullish precious metals as I speak. So let me pull this up.
Bullish precious metals as we speak. I mean, I think this little pullback, the sharp pullback we had is over, and I think silver can go to 100 here pre-bust. Gold can go to 5,000 pre-bust, and I think I'm probably conservative there.
All right, so that's pre-bust. So $100 silver pre-bust. So, like I said, he has this same mindset that this blow off top that's coming for the stock market always happens. It's because money chases money, and it's the last thing that's going to make money. So we're going to see the Fed cut rates again in December. They're going to keep cutting rates. So everybody's all nervous because they're saying that the Fed's not going to cut rates. That's stupid. They're going to cut rates, and the stock market is going to get their crack cocaine, and they're going to take off, right? So it's going to go up. It's going to go up, and into the first quarter next year, there'll start to be some problems, and then it's going to come apart at the seams. The wheels are going to come off, and it's going to start to crash. So that from that point, silver will pull back, gold will pull back. So he's talking about how silver will probably be $100, gold probably be about 5,000 from where it's at right now, pull back to around 42, 4,000. So any pullback is an opportunity. Now, at some point, at its height, if you're a trader, you could probably sell some and buy it again low. But I don't recommend that because most of you are not traders. You don't. You would try that and you would get crushed, right? Like a lot of you guys are going to get crushed in crypto at some point, and a lot of you are going to get crushed in the stock market at some point. So again, when I say that it's not going to come back, so everybody's been like, buy the dips, buy the dips, buy the dips, buy the dips. So when the stock market starts to crash, people start to buy the dip, and then they'll lose that, and then they'll buy the next dip, and they'll lose that, and then eventually they'll be like, I'm not buying the dip, I don't have any more money left, or I'm stupid. It's stupid to keep buying dips. It looks like this thing is really going to go down, right? So when it's crashing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 points at a time, people are going to get a little nervous, right? So if you got your money in there and you're like, well, I'll just hold it there because they tell me that if I go back to 1929, if I put so much money into the stock market back in 1929, I'd be like a multimillionaire now. Well, that's not going to work out. You're not going to live that long, one, most of you. Two, this thing's not going to come back for a couple of decades. So you could be buying houses. They're going to crash in price, real estate, and then fix them up, rent them out, and you could be, a multimillionaire and, after, a thousandaire in silver. Could be a multimillionaire and I've talked to a lot of you out there. That's what your plan is too, to buy when the housing crashes, right? 20% of you would be listening, but you're not. There's probably going to be 1 or 2% of you guys, unfortunately, that are going to get into silver and get in the right way. All right. So let's listen to a little bit more.
During the bust, I think almost all assets other than treasuries get hit. So as I say, you have to be careful that you're not standing on the south rim of the Grand Canyon looking across the north rim and thinking you can just hold these things right through because there's a canyon in between. Post bust, I'm calling for 20,000 gold and 500 silver.
All right. Post bust. So the market crashes at some point. Silver and gold break free and start to go much higher, right? So they're probably going to get a little pullback like they've been getting pullback, but we've started to see silver and gold not get punished as much from these pullbacks that the stock market does. So we're going to eventually see the stock market keeps going down and silver and gold are going to go up. And those that are still on the stock market crypto ride, it's going to go, and we're not going to see them again. It's going to go down, and they're on that roller coaster down, and it's going to be gone. Right? Too bad. Right? They didn't listen, but they got greedy or whatever. So that's what's going to happen to most people. I hope you that are listening, that's not going to happen to you, but for most of you, unfortunately, probably will.
Probably in the early 2030s. If inflation does what I expect, precious metals are going to be the top game in town. I am very bullish precious.
All right, so guy crushes it, absolutely crushes it, right? Every time. David Hunter. So you can follow him, Wealthion. He does shows on Wealthion. Doesn't have his own channel, but he does appearances on different shows. So whenever he speaks, I just catch up with him. But he's pretty much been saying the same thing for quite some time, that boom and bust, right? And a massive bust. And I've been saying it before I was even watching him, that we would see that. Now, to his credit, when I said back in 2022 and into 23 that stock market was going to keep going, he got off of that and he says it's going to go much bigger. I didn't get that, right? So this time I think I'm on board. I'm in the right track, but you got to make your own decisions, guys. It's your money, your wealth. But I'm pretty much going to guarantee you as much as I can, but I can't guarantee anything, of course, but as close as I can, that if you're investing in silver, you're going to do very, very well in the future. If you're invested in almost anything else, now commodities will probably do well, but anything else, housing, the market, crypto, you're going to go out. They're going to drag your ass out to the back. They're going to take all your money, pretty much. And whatever you have left, you'll be holding it for decades before you get it back up to that level. All right, guys, that's all I got for now. Stay in the love vibration. Silver, silver, silver. That's right, Kim. In Wisconsin, you get it. You get a lot of things, so good for you. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. See you guys next time. In my light, all right, getting the light, learning remote viewing, remote influencing, getting involved with different products like LifeWave. So LifeWave is basically, taking me to a greater level of inner knowing, light, and so forth. But there was a process before that, of course. As a boy growing up, going into the SEAL teams, my time in the CIA, working at combat zones, and then afterwards, and then the process going deeper, writing books, the Intuitive Warrior, the Awakening of a Warrior. So all these different processes, awakened, within me this light. Of course, I had an Archangel Michael experience as well. That love energy that came into me and so forth lit me up. So I'm going to give you a little bit of overview of some of that and show you some of the things, that I experienced over the years. It'll be, I think, very, very insightful for you. Let's look at, the young Michael Jaco. There I am, number 24. All right, looks a lot different. Not the greatest picture, but here I was, soccer player in high school. I basically took the GED and got out early and went and joined the Navy, right? Very early on, just before I graduated, probably about a year or so before I was going to graduate. So around September, I went and applied. In October, I was in boot camp. And then not long after that, I went hard hat diving and then became a Navy SEAL shortly after that. So it was a process. That process was pretty fun, actually. And over time, I was able to, go a little bit deeper. Part of that process, of course, was into SEAL teams. Here I am right here with my BUDS class right there. Several of these guys are no longer with us. So, I've lived a pretty good life, but not everybody continues to go forward for different reasons. Being in the SEAL teams is pretty tough, and a lot of my friends over the years didn't make it. So here I am, Underworld Demolition Team 12. That's back when we still had UDT.